Welcome to this Thursday edition of Wire to Wire. Hello from Horseshoe Indianapolis, where we've dried out. Track announcer John Giudice alongside racing Rachel, and finally, Rachel, this week the weather gods showing us some sun through the clouds. Main track is good. It's an all main track card. We're off the turf course, but a 10 race card, 9 thoroughbred races, and a quarter horse closer that features over $155,000 in carryovers, including one right off the bat in the 50-cent early pick 5 of the 210 opener.
Yeah, so excited today to try to take these down. Like I was saying earlier, I'm a glass half full kind of gal. I think that when stuff like the turf, come off the turf, then you maybe can make a case for a horse that you hadn't had or maybe not make as much off of. But we are going to start here in this first race with a nice little 1,000 or so, and then we move on to the big ones in the late pick 5 and the late pick 4, $78,000 and $76,000 respectively. Pretty excited to see how these play out.
One thing that I love about racing here at Horseshoe Indianapolis is, Rachel, whether we have...
Period. Just Rachel.
Well...
Oh, you're talking to me to make a joke.
Whether we have no carryovers
True.
or like today over $155,000, the takeout on the pick 5s remain a low 11.99%. So certainly horse players zeroing in on the carryovers we have featured on today's racing program. One thing not featured, unfortunately, on the pre-race show, Krista McEnany,
okay.
obviously not part of the show here today. So Rachel's pulled up her weather map and is about to give us her best Fox 59 Weather Authority imitation.
Ladies and gentlemen, right now the high is 82 degrees, but it does feel like temperature being 90, so a warm one out there. That's good for us, as we did have a lot of precipitation, as you might know, and the sun is drying us out right now. We are listed as good off of the turf. There's only 15% chance rain here while we're racing later this evening, possibly a little bit more. Don't worry about that. It will be after racing. Good luck at the races.
Rachel,
like that?
Thank you very much for that forecast. In sports,
And I do.
We've got 10 races here today at Horseshoe Indianapolis. We mentioned the carryovers. By the way, it was announced this morning we were approved. We're going to be running. Yesterday we canceled the card in its entirety, but that card will be taking entries this Monday. We'll be racing here on Saturday, August the 22nd, special post time noon. All quarter horse card was originally scheduled a week after that on the 29th. But just note for all of our Horseshoe Indianapolis faithful, a race day added. It's been approved. We're racing here starting at noon on August 22.
Pretty excited. Let's test out how this is going to go. Saturday at noon, couple of nice handicaps and a good card. We're going to, as you said, draw on Monday. So everybody be sure to look for that card, which will precede our 29th quarter horse card.
All main track card here today, going back to the last time we raced here at the track. Fernando de la Cruz coming off a riding double. He tops the jockey standings thoroughbred wise with 49 wins going into our racing program here today. Trainer side of things, Gennaro Garcia continues to hold on to the advantage there over Randy Klopp, who's 9 away from 1,000 career victories. We're just keeping our eyes on that. And on the quarter horse side of the ledger, Eduardo Luna Diaz leads the quarter horse jockeys. Tim Eggleston, after 7 wins here on last Saturday's all quarter horse trial card, Tim Eggleston tops the quarter horse trainer ranks too.
Yeah, definitely want to keep those names in your handicapping notes today. Hannah Leahy also had a nice day. So you know what Bugsy told me to ask her? Jeremy Akridge told me to ask her, one of our jocks agent. It's actually really smart. Go ask her who she likes best, GR Shadow Boy or Hot Middles.
Oh, that's a good question.
2 of the best horses that we have this year. Which one I think she'd say Middles.
I think GR Shadow Boy back in the entries
too,
so looking forward. Yeah,
can't wait to see her ride those races.
Race winner, Hot Middles in her own right, the top distaff sprinter here at the track, talking about Hot Middles and GR Shadow Boy on the boys' side of the ledger there. 2 top sprinters, both partnered here this meet by Hannah Leahy. Speaking of today, we've got 2 legs. Race 5 is leg B of the 50-cent cross country pick 5, teaming with Saratoga for today's racing program. 50-cent cross country pick 5. You can get free pass performances at Naira Bets. Of course, racing there at Saratoga at the Naira on X, and we're part of that today with 2 legs.
Yeah, the wager is a 15% takeout and minimum wager of 50 cents. It begins at the Spa in race 6, which goes off around 4. So get those bets in early. And then it will include races 5 and 6 from here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. I opened those. The 5th race is a really nice maiden, claiming for 40. It was 5/8 on the grass. It's going to be on the main now, but a full field and pretty interesting to see what those horses are going to do. So a fun sequence for sure. And then this Indiana bred allowance. I mean, this too, John and I were just talking about the sequence for the pick 5. And, you know, I had to include a couple in here that I talked about with Steve Bick because it's weird. Whenever Steve and I talk about a horse on the show, it does well in the pick 5. I don't think there's been a day that I haven't talked to that man about the pick 5 that one of our horses we mentioned hasn't hit and ran well. So threw in a couple of those. Those nice races are included in the Saratoga cross country pick 5, and then the last 2 legs will be 7 and 8. Final race from Toga from the spa will be 5:14 p.m.
Also want to mention, if you want to pick up Racing Rachel's tip sheet free.
Please do.
You're joining us here on track right there, first floor OTB. And
Feel good about my pick 5 because John likes it.
While you're picking up those tip sheets from Rachel, also Brian Aragoni taking a swing at the pick 5s here each and every racing day at the track. But today we've got over $70,000 the carryover for the 50-cent late pick 5 and also the $1 Itoba presented late pick 4. Those are the 2 big carryovers of the day, both in excess of $70,000. But speaking of Brian Aragoni and all of you old Minnesota North Star fans, if you remember them, I'm a New York Rangers fan, so let's go Rangers. Top shelf, bees.
Yes, I get it.
That's the contest today.
I get it now. I told Eric in the Winter Circle last week. I said I've been really into hockey since I watched in the Olympics with Chris and Eric because they're really big hockey fans, and he taught me about Top Shelf, how above the net. Go in the net. So I feel very smart. You can play that for free.
When you watch Slapshot, that's when I know you're.
Yeah, you know. Hey, I was at home like this last year, and I'd text Chris and be like, "Hey, I'm watching the Gophers. What just happened?" And she'd like explain stuff to me. So I'm a novice, but I'm getting it. Do want to remind you guys, and I'll try to make an announcement for race 3 because it's obvious when Tammy puts things in all capital letters on the notes that people are not listening to her. So we want to remind you that you will leave 2 races blank on your entry form. That's part of the contest. You pick which ones you want to include. You choose what 3 races out of the 5 to place your wager on, and then there's a series of different kind of wagers that you can place. So be sure to leave 2 races blank. You just get to put your money on 3 of them, and it's your choice too. So, you know, that's also a fun part of the contest because, you know, somebody might have a very strong opinion in one, but you might hate that race and think that another race would be a good one for betting and for the contest. So just be sure to read the rules, guys, because when Tammy starts typing in caps, you guys are in trouble. I might make a graphic to show before the first contest race 3 to remind everyone. But good luck today, NBA's hat trick. It's always free to play contests here at Horseshoe Indy. Be sure to send your entries into horseshoeindycontest@gmail.com.
Tammy's getting ready to send the Hanson brothers after all of you that that's a
you better watch out.
There. If you know, you know, the Hanson brothers. Yeah, good luck with your
Is that like the Bash brothers from Mighty Ducks?
Oh, they were tough.
Yeah, very tough. Okay, then it was. See, I'm a 90s kid, so if you do Mighty Duck reference, I'm all over it.
Let's all over our sponsorships. We certainly appreciate them and all that they represent here with Horseshoe Indianapolis Racing in 2026. Shout out first to Murphy Trailer Sales. Terrific customer service and loyalty since 1984. 765-361-8803. If you'd like to hitch your wagon to them, cheers. Say hello to Bruce and Lori Murphy from Rachel and I. Also, B&H Electric, they light up our lives in Shelbyville, Seymour, and Bloomington. Also, of course, you too.
Yes, of course, me too.
BH-electric.com because you light
up my... No.
BHelectric.com. Midwest Rancher. On the web, MidwestRancher.com, 812-680-4204. Don't have as much fun with Jimmy McInerney as I do you, so it's great to have you for the end of the week show.
And I'm just a tiny bit better looking than him.
Russ Hubler Automotive, they're in. They've got their dealership. If you'd like to check them out in Greensburg, just drop Rachel McLaughlin. We know Rachel.
Yeah, you tell Russ or Jerry Sebo there in Greensburg that Rachel sent you, and I'm telling you, they'll hook you up.
31 minutes away from the first of the day. Social media-wise, we've got you covered. Don't forget, you can reach out to all of us on X. Let's talk about some of those handles.
Yes.
You can reach me at John G. Dooley. Earlier sent out the minute we got word about that card was approved on Saturday, August 22.
That's
Special
right.
post time noon. Got that right out. Got the word out on X. Of course, Racing Rachel, the tens and thousands of followers. You're just under like 20K.
I know, I'm up to 18.
At Racing Rachel
I really
M.
want you guys to follow us at HS Indy Racing.
Yeah,
I'd like to get that up to 10,000. It's at
There
8.
it is. And YouTube, over 11,000 subscribers on the YouTube channel at Horseshoe Indianapolis Racing. We've been following this season a couple of great interns we've had here with us at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Certainly appreciated Lauren and Cody. Lauren going back to school, and Cody looking to establish his future too. But they did a terrific job for us here. Great job. There's Lauren with Gino.
He's gonna go make tons of money at the family business. Chris and Alan Walsh, owners of us, are his grandparents, and Cody doesn't have anything to worry about. There he is with me and Danny D.
That's perfect. No, that's great. No, we certainly appreciate it. They wrote some, and again, Cody and Lauren, cheers for joining us here this year, our summer interns. And again, both did some press notes for us.
They
Including,
did.
Lauren
Great stories. Yeah, they both did an amazing job.
Appreciate.
We'll miss you guys.
And tens and thousands of paper jams.
Oh my
both this season there at the copier. Wow.
Yeah, poor Lauren. She had to fix my paper jam the other day.
And again, speaking of, again, we mentioned Tammy Knox. Get those entries in for BA's hat trick. 3 carryovers, over $155,000 of carryovers on the card. It's a great day, and all main track card as we see the sun through the clouds here in the S-ville. We'll step aside and make way for Brian Aragoni to cover the 50-cent early pick 5, the first of our 3 carryovers on the day. It's the B block for Rachel, John. We're done. Have fun. Bye for now.
Bye for now.
Tequila Herradura. Extraordinary awaits.
The state's only thoroughbred and quarter horse racing is going on now at Horseshoe Indianapolis, located off I-74 at
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence, whether you use handicapping insights like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. And now you can race to victory with Twin Spires tournaments.
Welcome back to a massive Thursday of racing here on Block B of Wire to Wire on a carryover day, over $150,000 worth of carryovers. We have some small carryovers going into earlier racing this week, thanks to the Saturday of quarter horse cars, but now we've got the big ones. Carryovers in the late Fire 5 as well as the late Pick 4. But with that, oftentimes you get a little bit of a boost in the early Pick 5 as well. 11.99% takeout each and every day in all of those Pick 5s, the lowest in the Midwest here in Indiana. Race number 1 coming up at the top of the hour. Scratch number 6, Flutter by Zoe. Out of this event, we're going to crown a ton of maidens throughout the card. We may be on an all-main track card. That main track is listed as good at this point. We'll see if we can't get that upgraded to fast or wet fast at some point throughout the day, but currently listed as good. And we will crown our first maiden of the day going 1 mile on the main track with a field of 8 set to go to the post. I thought long and hard about potentially singling Lovers Carol for James Graham, Jeff Hiles. They tried the turf last time out. They've been the beaten favorite here in the past. They do have 2 races and experience in the slop. One of them, they were a non-factor throughout at 7-5. The next one, they outran their odds at 7-2. Just a little bit green going around 2 turns here on June 17th. That greenness did lead me against ultimately singling Lovers Carol. I'm going to go 2, 5, and 8. in this spot. I think also Hotline Iris, along with Windy Storm, could be intriguing in here. Windy Storm is lightly raced for Paul King, a homebred for Paul King, a 3-year-old filly who could do better on the stretch out, has some experience, sprinted. I like that they've been patient. That's one thing Aaron West very good at. He's good at a lot of things, but he's winning at 20%, and patiency is in his court. He wins at 20%, 61 to 180 days. They remain protected as well, with Mitch Merle going to be aboard. And then the 5 Hotline Iris, a horse who has experience around 2 turns, is proven around 2 turns, and could be in a good spot despite all of the current races or recent races on the turf. They go back to the main track in here. Could be a main player. 2, 5, and 8 for yours truly as we kick off the card with some maidens. We move along to that early pick 4, which is also likely going to see a bump and handle, I do believe. This is going to be where the single does the rest. Number 1, Ready Money. Hopefully that rest comes in the way of a winner's circle photo for Reaching for the Moon. Paulo Lobo, Alberto Burgos, 0 for 6. Has some very nice races that certainly would win. Many races did lose to Lakin, rode the rail throughout, just couldn't get on terms. Ultimately on June 9th, and then last time out chased Country Mary as well. The mare was all turf, but this is a half to Game Warden, who's banked about $400,000 in earnings. So there's some breeding there, essential quality. Got better with age and got better with races as well. I like that this horse is tested around 2 turns, has some experience. The mud is unknown. Not sure what to make of the first-time starter for Juddmonte, a homebred for Juddmonte, Marcelino Pedroza Jr., going to be in the saddle for that 4-star Curlin filly in there as well. But I just think that this horse should be in a good spot. Now, having the most experience in the main race usually isn't good, but I do think the numbers would suggest that they should be a good candidate for getting a win today, and that is exactly where the single will come, at least in this early pick 5. Race number 3, our first off-turf event, a mile and a 16th. Unfortunately, with the surface change, scratch 2, 5, 6, and 8, 2, 5, 6, and 8. If you're looking at those computers, I do think Coger Lane's going to get hit pretty heavily in here. I wasn't sure if when I was looking at them whether they were aware that the surface change had been in place yet or not, but it's possible the 9 gets hit quite aggressively if things don't change, at least from the computer programs. I think 4, despite being 1 for 22, makes sense on the main track, along with Crazy Sexy Cool, Tiana Richardville, Fernando de la Cruz in there. Could be a player when it's all said and done as a win on the main track. And then, of course, your main track only. This horse is never going to be 6-1. I always find it comical when main track onlys are listed very high as morning line favorites, because that is complete silly and negligence in most cases. Morning line for a main track only should be relatively low, knowing that the only way they're getting in is they're on the preferred, as well as multiple scratches, party in the club. If this horse is 6-1, I will be selling my house prior to race 3 and potentially playing that horse, because I do think there's some value there if they're anywhere near 6-1. But I would guess they'd be right around that 8-5 range when it's all said and done in race number 3. Race 4, no scratches or changes. A rare occurrence here on a Thursday at Horseshoe Indianapolis with the surface changes on a good main track, 6 furlongs. No scratches or changes. 9 of them go to the gate. If you're looking for that late fire 5 in the carryover, over $75,000 in carryover money, it actually begins in the 5th race today. 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. This is a wide open event. I couldn't settle in on a favorite. I think there's a lot of horses to look at, a lot of horses to like. Call Me Christine could go off favorite in here for Ralph Martinez. Not very often do we see a horse shipping in from Fairmount Park that is going to go favored. I do know that when we've had other Fairmount Parkers ship in and go off favorite, they have not done particularly well. So this is a spread race for me, claiming 15,000 and 3X. That is a wide open event. Speaking of wide open, how about how we kick off this late fire 5? Over $75,000 in carryover money. We kick it off with 2-year-old fillies in the slop going 5 furlongs. And then you add the catch that all of them actually want to be on the turf course. So you've got a lot of first-time starters, some horses with experience in here. This is a race that I could have gone a little bit lighter. I opted not to. It looks like there was a late scratch at Golden Sissy, so this ticket will be just slightly cheaper because the 4 is out of this event. So going through those current scratches, 4, 5, 8, and 9 are out. Leaves you with still a large amount of horses to navigate through. 2-year-olds in a good racetrack going 5 furlongs. 8 of them set to go to the post. You've got some first-time starters mixed in with horses with experience. I will go 3, 6, 11, and 12. A good mixture in here, leaning into the horses with experience. 3, 6, 11, and 12 are going to fade. All of the first-time starters, we'll see how it shakes out. Many of them, their recency has come on the turf. How they handle the dirt is fairly unknown. If a first-time starter does jump up and run big, I will not be surprised. However, I will be dead in the pick 5. Thankfully for me, if I'm dead in the pick 5, I can just dive into another massive carryover pool because we have a pick 4 and a pick 5 carryover beginning in the 5th and the 6th race today. It is a huge day of racing. Unfortunately, with the deluge, a state of emergency here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, we're all hands on deck. We're on a good main track, and we have some huge carryovers. So flash those red lights. We've got betting opportunities galore here. We kick off early, pick 5, with one of the lowest takeouts in the entire country at 11.99% takeout. About 20 minutes from now, scratch the 6 out of the opener. John G. Dooley, he's taking those stairs. He's making sure he gets those steps in today. So about 5 minutes from now, he'll take you through the scratches and changes. Good luck.
Good afternoon from Horseshoe Indianapolis. Hello now from the broadcast booth. Great to have you with us here at the track. John G. Dooley from the broadcast booth under partly sunny skies, temperatures through the 80s. It's an all main track card. Main track good, nearing the top of the 2 o'clock hour. We're off the turf course. Main track good to start. If you have your From Gate to Glory programs near, let's take a look at the changes and corrections on today's racing program. 10 of them on tap. A total of over $155,000 in carryovers on the program today. First of 3 carryovers starting here on the Mid-In Phillies Mile. The 50-cent early pick 5 carryover stands at $1,756. Scratch number 6, Flutter by Zoe. Number 6, Flutter by Zoe has been scratched from the Maiden Mile. It's the first of our carryovers on the card. 50-cent early pick 5 stands at $1,756. In the second race, in this maiden 3-year-old Phillies Mile, for the start of the $1 early pick 4, and there's no carryover here. Scratch number 1, Ready Money. Number 1, Ready Money has been scratched from race 2. Turning to the third, it's off the turf. Race 3 will now be run on the main track over the mile and a 16th. Scratch number 2, Just Like Mamie. 5, Tamarack Square. Scratch the 6, Ace of Cats. And take out number 8, COC. Number 10, Party in the Club, entered as a main track only, will run. Party in the Club, the 10 will run. Number 7, Crazy Sexy Cool, a jockey change to the meat leader. Fernando de la Cruz starts the card on 49 wins here this season. Fernando de la Cruz rides the 7, Crazy Sexy Cool. And number 10, Party in the Club, drawing in, add 1 pound to the program weight there, makes it 119. In the fourth race, here in the sprint, there are no program changes, due at 3:43. On to race 5 we go. This is another taken off the turf course. Here the start to the 50-cent late pick 5. There's the carryover. Mark it down as $78,886. The 50-cent late fire 5 carryover. No jackpot provision. Low 11.99% takeout. This will be run on the main track over the 5 furlongs. It's off the turf. And here, scratch the 4, Golden Sissy. 5, Joking Around. The 8, Motown Foxy Brown. And scratch number 9, Nebbiolo Star. Scratch 4, 5, 8, and the 9. Number 2, True Silver JP, a change of jockey to Alex Ashar. Alex Ashar will ride the first-time starter. Number 2, True Silver JP, made in to be run on the main track at 5 furlongs. Start to the 50-cent late fire 5 with the carryover. One more carryover to note on the day, and that's in race 6 for the start of the $1 late pick 4, presented daily by Itoba. Carryover here, $76,709. From the sprint, scratch 3, Thousands of Hopes, and the 8, Cantarito. Scratch the blue 3 and the number 8. No rider changes. Number 4, Trust the Word, and 1 pound to the weight. On to the 7th race we go. Another taken off the turf. 7th race maiden will be run on the main track over the mile and a 16th. These scratches take out 1, Spirit Moves Me. Number 5, Lazy Wide Legacy. Scratch 6, Beautiful McKenzie. And take out number 9, La Bien Lamont. Note the 13, OG Lemon Drop, and the 14, Saint Laurent, both draw in. 13 and the 14 run. Scratch the 1, 5, 6, and 9. There are no rider changes, and number 3, Mariposa Moon. Add 1 pound to the listed program weight. Maiden on the main track over the mile and 8/16. In race 8, scratch for the maiden juvenile fillies dash, number 7, Birdie's World. Number 7, Birdie's World has been scratched. In the 9th race, another off the turf. Note the main track distance, 1 mile and 70 yards per the conditions. Scratch 1, 'tis wine time. Number 6, Denise says no. Scratch the 7, Velasquez Promise. And take out number 11, More Sweets. Scratch the 1, 6, 7, and the number 11 from the race card. One more race to cover, and that's the quarter horse dash at 646 over the 350 yards. No scratches, no rider changes. These reported overweights, the 2 Nitro Beach, plus 5 pounds. 3 Grano d'Oro, a pound over, makes it there now 129. And number 5, GV Little Guy, add 2 pounds to the listed program weight. Horses in the walking ring for the maiden fillies mile to start the card in the first of 3 carryovers on the day. 50-cent early pick 5 carryover, $1,756 going in. Scratch the 6, Flutter by Zoe. There's the current pool for the 50-cent early pick 5. Partly sunny here, mid-80s. All main track card, main track good. Post time, 2:10. Make it a great day with us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Horseshoe Indianapolis paddock judge Brandy Bell had the call for riders up. Made in Philly's Mile with a field of 8. Number 6, Flutter by Zoe, has been scratched. Scratch number 6, Flutter by Zoe. Race 1 features exacta, trifecta, superfecta. The start of rolling doubles, 50-cent pick 3s. This the first leg of the 50-cent early pick 5. It's the first of 3 carryovers featured on the card. 50-cent early pick 5 carryover, $1,756. In total today, over $155,000 carryovers featured on the card, and all main track card. Main track good, 3 minutes to post time. Post time in 2 minutes. We're now less than 1 minute away from post time for the Made-in Phillies Mile. Starts the 50-cent early pick 5. The first of our 3 carryovers on the day. Early pick 5 carryover stands at $1,756. There's the current pool. Main track good on an all main track card. You have less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading. Andres Alo with Pius. Rodney Prescott, Hotline Iris, coming up to join Pius here for the Made-in Phillies Mile. James Graham with Lover's Carol. 9-5 on the Daughter of Cupid, the first favorite Lover's Carol. Now into 8-5. Hotline Iris has joined them. Now Uncle's Little Trophy. In fact, the starters crew still working here with Hotline Iris. For race maiden, Hotline Iris. Right now, Lover's Carol 9-5 on the first favorite. It's 5-2. Uncle's Little Trophy standing by to load. And 4-1 on the reluctant Hotline Iris here at the mile start.
Hold on. Hey, back out those 2 inside horses. Backing out 2 inside horses, Stewards.
They've just backed Pius out to the starting gate. Now Hotline Iris has the gate all to herself. now Hotline Iris has moved into the starting gate to be rejoined by Pius and Lovers Carroll. As they go back in, Pius joins Hotline Iris, and again, James Graham Lovers Carroll, 8-5, the first favorite. Joseph Romero with Moonlight Girl. Uncle's Little Trophy. Betting jockey Fernando de la Cruz with 49 wins here this season. We're about 7 minutes past due here for the first of 10 on the day. Mitchell Merle with Windy Storm coming up. Windy Storm went in okay. Alex Ashar with Obvious Agenda drew 4 and one more. Sando Sandro with 5-time starter. Golden Creek a bit past due. All 10 races today on the main track. Main track good to start here over the mile. They're in the game. Away and running at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Uncle's Little Trophy away well. Here's Pius, who comes with a rail charge. Right there is Windy Storm and Golden Creek in the four-path as they round the first turn with Fernando de la Cruz. Uncle's Little Trophy has come away in front and leads at the 6.5 from Golden Creek, and Pius has the white dots on the black sleeves and is in tight quarters. On the outside is Windy Storm, who's running fourth upon settling. James Graham and Lovers Carroll with the rail. Outside her, Obvious Agenda, reluctant to load. Hotline Iris in the Red Silks is running second to last, and Moonlight Girl trails here in the Thursday opener. The first 2 furlongs of the mile, good track, 23.72. Uncle's Little Trophy's in charge of the pace. Uncle's Little Trophy leads them to a half mile from home, a length and a half to Golden Creek. Pius, third toward the inside by 2. And then comes Windy Storm in fourth as they enter the far turn. Lovers Carroll with the rail. Then Obvious Agenda, Hotline Iris, and Moonlight Girl remains last. Uncle's Little Trophy's been in charge. Half mile, 47.29 seconds. Uncle's Little Trophy's now on the edge of the quarter pole and has widened on Pius by 4 as these maiden fillies turn for home. Lovers Carroll, Obvious Agenda is coming with a bid between fillies. Hotline Iris on the outside. Moonlight Girl, Windy Creek has dropped back. Windy Storm's dropped back, and finally Golden Creek with Fernando. Uncle's Little Trophy carries a 7-length lead into the final 16th from a staying on Obvious Agenda in second, and then Pius, Moonlight Girl, and Hotline Iris no extra. It's Uncle's Little Trophy. Uncle's Little Trophy won by 6 from Obvious Agenda. Moonlight Girl third, and Pius finished fourth. .138.02 unofficial. 3-4-7-1. The blue 3. Uncle's Little Trophy. 4-1 first. Number 4, Obvious Agenda. 6-1 on the runner-up after the mile. Number 7, Moonlight Girl. 37-1 third. And at 25-1 odds, the one Pius gets into the frame. 6-5 first favorite, Lovers Carroll unplaced. 3-4-7-1. Starts at the 50-cent early pick 5 with the 4-1 third choice. Uncle's Little Trophy. Fernando de la Cruz, the first of 50 wins here at the meet. Here for Tim Eggleston and 514 Racing. Stepping into the Murphy Traveler Sales winner's circle, number 3, Uncle's Little Trophy with Fernando de la Cruz. 3-year-old dark Mayor Brown filly by Uncle Chuck out of Tintro by Tisnow. Tim Eggleston trains for Matt Kwiatkowski's 514 Racing LLC. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Uncle's Little Trophy out to the maiden ranks in her 4th career run at 4-1. The result of the first race official. First results in. 3-4 exacta paid $64.60. 50-cent trifecta, 3-4-7, $236.70. Pius fourth in the maiden fillies mile. 10-cent superfecta, 3-4-7-1, netted $452.04. First of the day, the 6 was a non-runner. Lover's Carol, favorite unplaced. 8 ran good track, 138.02. 19 minutes away from race 2 on the all main track card in the next maiden mile. Scratch 1, Ready Money. Number 1, Ready Money, has been scratched. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3 and starts to the $1 early pick 4. No carryover here in the early pick 4. Post time will be at 2:42 in all cases if you can. Please do try to make your Horseshoe Indianapolis selections and wagers today early. Thank you. Coming up in a moment, our first race replay of the day of the Maiden Fillies Mile. Hope you had a bet on Uncle's Little Trophy. They're in the game. Away and running at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Uncle's Little Trophy away well. Here's Pius, who comes with a rail charge. Right there is Windy Storm and Golden Creek in the 4-path as they round the first turn with Fernando de la Cruz. Uncle's Little Trophy has come away in front and leads at the 6.5 from Golden Creek, and Pius has the white dots on the black sleeves and is in tight quarters. On the outside is Windy Storm, who's running 4th upon settling. James Graham and Lover's Carol with the rail. Outside her, Obvious Agenda, reluctant to load. Hotline Iris in the Red Silks is running 2nd to last, and Moonlight Girl trails here in the Thursday opener. The first 2 furlongs of the mile, good track, 23.72. Uncle's Little Trophy's in charge of the pace. Uncle's Little Trophy leads them to a half mile from home, a length and a half to Golden Creek. Pius, 3rd toward the inside by 2. And then comes Windy Storm in 4th as they enter the far turn. Lover's Carol with the rail. Then Obvious Agenda, Hotline Iris, and Moonlight Girl remains last. Uncle's Little Trophy's been in charge. Half mile, 47.29 seconds. Uncle's Little Trophy's now on the edge of the quarter pole and has widened on Pius by 4 as these maiden fillies turn for home. Lover's Carol, Obvious Agenda is coming with a bid between fillies. Hotline Iris on the outside. Moonlight Girl, Windy Creek has dropped back. Windy Storm's dropped back, and finally Golden Creek with Fernando. Uncle's Little Trophy carries a 7-length lead into the final 16th from a staying on Obvious Agenda in 2nd, and then Pius, Moonlight Girl, and Hotline Iris no extra. It's Uncle's Little Trophy. Uncle's Little Trophy won by 6 from Obvious Agenda. Moonlight Girl 3rd, and Pius finished 4th.
10 minutes to the second race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and this is a 3-year-old maiden. They're gonna go a mile on the dirt, and it's good, and the sun is out. It's hot outside. If it stays this way, we might be fast, maybe by the end of the day, hopefully. Tony Martinez is the most talented track man ever, so I have nothing but faith in him. Okay, the 1 ready money is out right now. The 5 ABBA first time starter from Brad Cox, shocker, is on top. But I put the other Brad Cox trainee, which totally happens with Ricky for sure. His assistant trainer, Ricky Giannini, Dreaming of Joy. This one hasn't been with Ricky though, so that's a little bit of a question mark. Now, if you look at ABBA has been training here in Indiana, and Ricky's been working on him. So not sure when this horse got here. He was scratched on July 15th from a race in here. So maybe he has been. His works have been here, so I take that back. Or her works have been here. I take that back. She had a work here on August 6th, the 3. And that was here, 4 furlongs, 48-3. 6 of 36. So he's had this horse for a while. That makes me feel a little bit better. 3-year-old filly by Into Mischief. Stone Street Thoroughbred bred and owns with Whisper Hill. This is a horse that's put up some nice figures as well in some tougher races in Florida at Gulfstream Park. The last race was an 81 Brisnet speed figure. Dreaming Joy, I think, has the chance to run really big. She's had a few months off here in Indiana and is now coming into this race. She's facing easier. Like I said, I love that speed. She's dropping in class. And then that work, I mean, that's really the whole package you like to check off to see. Also, she's got the leading jockey. Fernando got this one, and Marcelino's on ABBA, the 5. So definitely interesting that it's 5-2 right now with the 4. But I love Dreaming of Joy, this 3-year-old filly. And we'll move now to the one I mentioned, Reaching for the Moon. So I've got both of these right here. And as you can see there, odds are very similar. Right now, Alberto Burgess, Mr. Smiley, one of my favorite jockeys, so positive, such a talented rider, is aboard for Paulo Lobo. He's a high percentage trainer. I always take note when Paulo brings his horses here. He's 19% win clip, 60% in the money. He's 20% in main special weight ranks. Sorry, guys, I had a little tickle in my throat. Ran second versus similar last time out, as you guys can see, at a mile as well. Now, I did not mention for the 3, my top pick, only 7.5, not a true 2 turn. So this one has been nothing but routing and has been close in the last few. Now, this horse was DQ'd a couple back, finished second, but got in trouble going long a mile and a 16th on the dirt, and then last time out was second. This horse has a really hard time getting out of the gate. This horse, if you go all the way back to last year, end of last year, he was bumped, squeezed at the break, bumped at the start, got a really wide trip at Turfway on March 21st. Then he gets DQ'd. Then she gets DQ'd. Then in the last race, she still came out wonky at the start. Just not a good gate girly. But that's okay, because I think she has the talent to overcome it, obviously. I mean, sometimes that'll take horses straight out of a race. But this horse hasn't put up any numbers close to my 3. An 81 last time out at 7.5. This horse's highest speed figure, 77 Brisnet speed figure. So, but I like that she ran second versus similar in the last race. And then I'm gonna round it out with the 7. She's our 10. I'm kind of shocked is not the favorite. Now at 3-1, so getting closer. But she is a standout in this group, I must say. She's got the. I'm switching now to Timeform if you guys don't watch DRF Timeform. She's a very cute, petite little 3-year-old filly by Constitution. She is trained by Mr. Peter Urton, and you don't see his name here very often, but he has ran in our stakes races, and he's had one in the Indiana Derby in the past. This is actually Brittany Urton's father, for those of you who didn't know. I think everybody knows that, but like to see Peter bringing one in here. He found a spot that I think she's going to like. She's been in Kentucky, so she started out the fairgrounds. She was an even 4th, but both of her 4th place finishes were not super far back. She was only 3 lengths off the lead there on the debut. She's been running in $100,000 maidens, and she was 3rd, only beaten 2 lengths in her last start on July 4th at Ellis Park. So she's dropping in class. Peter has good percentages, obviously, in a lot, but she's adding blinkers for the first time. She was the beaten favorite last time, and his percentage, most people's, is good there. But finishing third versus tougher and adding blinkers today is interesting to me. Now, she's never ran a route race either. So I did not see her. I saw her as maybe one that could be a little bit of a beatable favorite. And now it looks like I have convinced everyone about my 3. It's now 2-1, Dreaming of Joy. I'm going to go with Ricky Giannini on top, assistant trainer for Brad Cox, who has had this one for a little bit. And I'm going to go with the other Brad Cox angle in here in the second race. Good luck.
With 3 minutes scheduled to post, a late paddock shoe repair now on 2, Missy's May Baby. This is a late paddock shoe repair. Late paddock shoe repair being made for number 2, Missy's May Baby. Now the horses stepping onto the track for the second race. Maiden 3-year-old fillies, mile, a field of 6. Scratch number 1, Ready Money. Number 1, Ready Money has been scratched. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. There's no carryover here in the $1 early pick 4 on an all main track card. The main track remains labeled good. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading in front of starter Oscar Quiros. Gabriel Saez. Missy's May Baby was a late paddock shoe repair. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. and first-time starter Abba. Like Dreaming of Joy, both for Brad Cox. Amir Mendoza, start her up. Loading. Dreaming of Joy would be a double for Fernando de la Cruz. Dreaming of Joy went in well. Alberto Burgos with Reaching for the Moon. One more for the mile. Danny Sheehy partners, She's Our 10. Track good, seconds of the day. They're in the gate. And they're off. Reaching for the Moon. Toward the inside, Dreaming of Joy and Missy's May Baby holds the rail as they line up entering the first turn. The Jumon newcomer Abba in the four-path, with on the outside She's Our 10 making progress now while 5 deep, and Starter Up has dropped back to last as these maiden 3-year-old fillies go to the back. With the rail for Gabriel Saez, Missy's May Baby dictates terms, leads them up the back at 31-1. Dreaming of Joy right up there with the front runner for Fernando de la Cruz in a gold cap. Reaching for the Moon, tracks them from third. She's Our 10 is wide. Abba near the rail there for Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. Abba green with a pink sash and cap is 5 lengths off this leader. Missy May Baby, who leads past the half-mile pole, and Starter Up trails the sextet. The quarter 23.47, half-mile good track 46.18. So here's Dreaming of Joy, who's quickening up. Missy's May Baby, who tries to rally on, and Reaching for the Moon is right there on the outside, inside 3 furlongs to go. It's Dreaming of Joy who took the top. Right there, Reaching for the Moon, with her bid for Alberto Burgos coming past the quarter pole, just about a length apart. Missy's May Baby, Levitt has dropped back. Abba on the far outside. She's Our 10 and Starter Up has trailed. It's Dreaming of Joy. 3/4, 1 minute 10.53 seconds with Fernando de la Cruz. Dreaming of Joy, the daughter of Into Mischief, and she's looking uncatchable. 7 lengths in front past the 16th from Reaching for the Moon. Abba will be third best. Dreaming of Joy has scored the winning run from Reaching for the Moon. 5 lengths away, Abba third. 8 lengths back to Missy's May Baby, who holds She's Our 10 for fourth. $136.29 after the maiden fillies mile. 3-4-5-2 unofficial first number 3. Dreaming of Joy 2-1. Number 4 Reaching for the Moon 5-2 on the runner-up. Number 5 the Judmont newcomer Abba 5-2 third. Then a gap away to Missy's May Baby. She was a late paddock shoe repair. 31-1 odds fourth over the 7 She's Our 10 fifth. 3-4-5. There's Missy's May Baby and She's Our 10. Fernando de la Cruz, 51 wins here this season. Makes it a quick fire double. Here for Brad Cox, Stone Street Stables, Whisper Hill Farm. Dreaming of Joy gets off the mark in her 4th career start. The result of the second race official. The winning groom leading in the blue 3. Dreaming of Joy, the double. for Fernando de la Cruz. Is meet high 51st. Dreaming of Joy is a 3-year-old bay filly by Into Mischief. Dreaming of Julia by AP Indy. For Stone Street Stables LLC and Mandy Pope's Whisper Hill Farm. Trained by Brad Cox and assisted here by Ricky Giannini. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections. Dreaming of Joy, a bridesmaid no more. 3-4 exacta, $15.20, 50-cent trifecta. 3-4-5 netted $14.20. Fernando's 3-3 double, $37.20. Missy's May Baby 4th. She's our 10 5th. 10-cent superfecta. 3-4-5-2 paid $24.11. 6 ran, good track, 136.29 after the running of race 2. Third race, one of those taken off the turf course here today. It's an all main track card. Third race, mile and a 16th. Track good. Scratch 2, Just Like Mamie. 5, Tamarack Square. 6, Ace of Cats. And take out the 8, COC. 10, Party in the Club draws in. Runs for DeVaris Douglas as a main track only. Party in the Club, the 10 runs. Scratch 2, 5, 6 in the number 8. Number 7, Crazy Sexy Cool, a jockey change there to Fernando de la Cruz. Just swept the double. Fernando de la Cruz looking to score the pure hat trick of wins. Ride 7, Crazy Sexy Cool. 10, Party in the Club is a pound over. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3, post time 3:13. They're in the gate. And they're off. Reaching for the moon. Toward the inside, Dreaming of Joy and Missy's Maybaby holds the rail as they line up entering the first turn. The Jumma newcomer Abba in the 4-path. With on the outside, She's Our 10 making progress now while 5 deep and Starter Up has dropped back to last as these maiden 3-year-old fillies go to the back. With the rail for Gabriel Saez. Missy's Maybaby dictates terms. Leads them up the back at 31-1. Dreaming of Joy right up there with the front runner for Fernando de la Cruz in a gold cap. Reaching for the moon, tracks them from third. She's Our 10 is wide. Abba near the rail there for Marcelino Pedroza Jr. Abba green with a pink sash and cap is 5 lengths off this leader. Missy Maybaby, who leads past the half-mile pole. And Starter Up trails the sextet. The quarter 23.47. Half-mile good track, 46.18. So here's Dreaming of Joy, who's quickening up. Missy's Maybaby, who tries to rally on and reaching for the moon, is right there on the outside, inside 3 furlongs to go. It's Dreaming of Joy who took the top, right there reaching for the moon, with her bid for Alberto Burgos coming past the quarter pole, just about a length apart. Missy's Maybaby, Levitt has dropped back, Abba on the far outside. She's Our 10 and Starter Up has trailed. It's Dreaming of Joy. 3/4, 1 minute 10.53 seconds with Fernando de la Cruz. Dreaming of Joy, the daughter of Into Mischief, and she's looking uncatchable. 7 lengths in front past the 16th. From Reaching for the Moon, Abba will be third best. Dreaming of Joy has scored the winning run from Reaching for the Moon. 5 lengths away, Abba third. 8 lengths back to Missy's Maybe.
Welcome back to Horseshoe Indianapolis, Fernando de la Cruz's world, and we are just living in it. He goes back-to-back for his riding double and jockey double in there for Fernando de la Cruz, both in post position number 3, returning just about under $20 for that early daily double. Our first off-turf event with that surface change. We did scratch 2, 5, 6, and 8 out of this upcoming third race. I'm going to lean into the 10 in here, a main track only. He was 3-1 on the board, but if you're following those DRF algorithms and projections, this horse is likely going to go off significantly closer to 4-5 when it's all said and done. Despite being 1 win from 11 starts, does have a tendency to settle for second and third. 7 times they've settled for second and third, but they have been facing some tough company. But they've had a little bit of money burner to them. They did win the lone win. They were absolutely expected to win. They won at 1-9, and that was just a couple of races after being beaten at 1-5. So Party in the Club has always been heavily favored. In fact, you would have to be, math is not my strong suit, but 4 out of the last 6 has been favored, with 3 of them being below even money. Color me shocked that this horse isn't 6-1. 3-1 on the board. Alex Achard going to be aboard. He's been red hot here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, winning at 20%. July 29th, they ran third. They were the odds-on favorite that day. They kind of had a good trip, just kind of ran evenly all the way around the racetrack. DeVaris Douglas, him and his team have been knocking on the door for some big wins. They've had a couple of close second and thirds. I do think this horse should get a good stalking trip, breaking from the outside, and with those 4 scratches, they're not pushed too far outside when it's all said and done. Party in the Club, the horse I expect to be favored when the gates pop. But the 7 is going to provide some value. It's Crazy, Sexy, Cool for Tiana Richardville, and she's having herself an awesome meet. I mean, she has just been crushing it, and not only with hot middles, but the entire barn's been going very well, winning at 21%. Fernando de la Cruz does pick up the mount. He's red hot. He's looking for 3 in a row. The pure hat trick, the turkey, whatever you may wish to call it. They tried twice on the turf, didn't get much run out of those turf races, and then went back to the dirt and frankly didn't pick up their feet yet again. So why like this horse? I just think the connections have been going in the right direction, and in a race like this where confidence is relatively low, they all ultimately want to be on the turf. This is a horse who has a stalking ability, has a win on a sloppy racetrack, has been on a wet dirt track 4 times with a win and a second place finish. And Fernando de la Cruz is red hot. Sometimes it's that easy. We'll see if Crazy, Sexy, Cool can get the second winner of the meet in here for this 3-year-old filly. But number 4 is the most experienced of the group. 1 for 22. Now, if the non-winners of 2, you don't want to be the most experienced. Usually that is not a good sign. Estrella Briante, 4-year-old filly. She's only got 1 win. There's no way around it. But her numbers on the dirt, she is one of the horses that moves up significantly with the surface change in here. And sometimes it's just that easy. Throw out the career record. Yes, doesn't love to win, a little bit camera shy, but standing coyly, ready to rock and roll for Alexander Crispin. Heron owns and trains this one. She just ran a good 4th place finish, just kind of evenly all the way around the racetrack. There's not much to her. Her best races have come when she's prominent early on. I do think she's going to have an opportunity to either set the pace or just be in that second tier. She was claimed for $15,000 first start of the season, so Heron wanted her in the barn. He's got her, and since then they've racked up a couple of 3rd and 4th place finishes. She's probably been awfully close to paying the bills since that claim. She still runs protected despite being 1 for 22, and it's really just as simple as a surface change. Outside of the 10, the main track only, who obviously wanted to be on the dirt, I think Estrella Briante certainly moves up the most with this surface change from the turf to a good main track. We'll see how it shakes out, but Party in the Club going to be on top for me. We'll see if Fernando de la Cruz can keep things rolling. He's already won 2 in a row. He looks for 3 in a row with Crazy, Sexy, Cool. And if you're monitoring those carryovers, pools are open. Can kick off that late Fire 5 in the 5th race, as well as the Itoba Pick 4. $150,000 in carryover money with the lowest takeout in the entire country on the line today at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Start capping.
The horses stepping onto the track for the third race. It's off the turf. All main track card. Main track remains labeled good here over the mile and a 16th. 6 of them to start. Scratch 2 just like Mamie, 5 Tamarack Square. Take out the 6 Ace of Cats, and 8 COC has also been scratched. 7 Crazy Sexy Cool, the jockey Fernando de la Cruz. After making quick work of the early double, there's Fernando de la Cruz, riding for a pure hat trick of wins on the card on 7 Crazy Sexy Cool for Tiana Richardville. Number 10, Party in the Club, the MTO, add 1 pound to the program weight there. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, Double Pick 3, and Due of Soon. Less than 1 minute away from post time. The horses are approaching the starting gate, going down to the mile and a 16th main track start. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Sammy Bermudez with Pretty on the Prairie. The first of 6 to take her position within the starting gate. Crazy Sexy Cool, Fernando de la Cruz swept the opening double with Uncle's Little Trophy and Dreaming of Joy after the miles. Summer Pauly, I Forgot It joins. Mitchell Murrell with Coger Lane coming up. 2 back. Alexander Crispin with Estrella Brillante. Partying in the club right now, the 3-5 favorite. Main track good over the mile and a 16th. Alex Ashar and Partying in the club. They're in the gate. They're off. Crazy Sexy Cool. Toward the inside, Estrella Brillante. Pretty on the Prairie. Here's Coger Lane with an early bid, and following her, Partying in the club. I Forgot It has dropped back to last as they enter the first turn. It's Estrella Brillante, who just leans a close-up Coger Lane, with toward the inside, Pretty on the Prairie third in the pocket as they go to the back. Crazy Sexy Cool and Fernando de la Cruz, blue with the orange sleeves, in between horses. Alex Ashar, a main track only entered, Partying in the club, running second to last, well out deep on the track, and into the hands of Summer Pauly. I Forgot It trails them. Quarter 23.78 seconds. Coger Lane for Mitchell Murrell. Coger Lane up to take a short lead from Estrella Brillante, who just yields to her for Alexander Crispin. In the meantime, following the outside, Crazy Sexy Cool with Sammy Bermudez, Pretty on the Prairie, and the Navy Silks coming with a bid. They go past the half-mile pole where Coger Lane and Estrella Brillante are right together. Partying in the club on the far outside is 4 lengths off these joint leaders, and the trailer remains I Forgot It in 6th. Half-mile 47.96. Far turn run. Estrella Brillante narrowly. Coger Lane second on the outside by a length and a half. Pretty on the Prairie being urged on to gain from third. Partying in the club also just got a pop of the crop. I Forgot It's drawing in. I Forgot It gold with the black sleeves, coming with a bid now and tips to an outside path. And Crazy Sexy Cool tailed off. 3/4, 1 minute 12.38 seconds. With Mitchell Murrell, it's Coger Lane. I Forgot It coming with steady headway on the outside. And last to first for Summer Pauly. It's I Forgot It, striding away at 11-1 odds. I Forgot It won by 5.5. Coger Lane was second, Partying in the club third, and Estrella Brillante finished back in fourth. $144.52, unofficial 3-9-10 of the number 4. Number 3, I Forgot It at 11-1 first. Number 9, Coger Lane. 9-2 second. 10, Party in the Club. 1-2. Main track only entered favorite third. And the 4, Estrella Brillante, 6-1 fourth. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, number 3, I Forgot It. Last to first for Summer Pauly. I Forgot It is a 3-year-old Chester filly by Corbin. The More Than Ready mare, I Got It. Owned, bred, and trained by Ricky Short. It's official. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of I Forgot It. Capped off a pick 3, $110.35. 3-9 exacta, $167.50. Trifecta, 3-9-10, $72.75. 3-3 double paid, $129.20. Estrella Briante ran fourth of 6. The 10-cent superfecta of 3-9, 10-4 netted $22.06. And the first of those off the turf, the 2-5, 6 and 8 were the non-runners. Favorite third. 6 ran 144.52. Race 4 is 22 minutes away. And the Distaff Dash. No changes, all 9 run. No changes in the next. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3, post time 3:44. They're off. Crazy, sexy, cool. Toward the inside, Estrella Briante. Pretty on the prairie. Here's Coger Lane with an early bid, and following her, Party in the Club. I Forgot It has dropped back to last as they enter the first turn. It's Estrella Briante, who just leans a close-up Coger Lane with toward the inside, a Pretty on the Prairie third in the pocket as they go to the back. Crazy, sexy, cool, and Fernando de la Cruz, blue with the orange sleeves, in between horses. Alex Achard. A main track only entered, Party in the Club, running second to last, well out deep on the track, and into the hands of Summer Pauly. I Forgot It trails them. The quarter 23.78 seconds. Coger Lane for Mitchell Murrell. Coger Lane up to take a short lead from Estrella Briante, who just yields to her for Alexander Crispin. In the meantime, following the outside, Crazy, Sexy, Cool, with Sarah Bermudez, Pretty on the Prairie, and the Navy Silks coming with a bid. They go past the half-mile pole where Coger Lane and Estrella Briante are right together. Party in the Club on the far outside is 4 lengths off these joint leaders, and the trailer remains I Forgot It in 6th. Half-mile 47.96. Far turn run. Estrella Briante narrowly. Coger Lane second on the outside by a length and a half. Pretty on the Prairie being urged on to gain from third. Party in the Club also just got a pop of the crop. I Forgot It's drawing in. I Forgot It gold with the black sleeves, coming with a bid now and tips to an outside path. And a Crazy, Sexy, Cool tailed off. 3/4, 1 minute 12.38 seconds. With Mitchell Murrell, it's Coger Lane. I Forgot It coming with steady headway on the outside. And last to first for Summer Pauly. It's I Forgot It striding away at 11-1 odds. I Forgot It won by 5.5. Coger Lane was second, Party in the Club third, and Estrella Briante.
Jack Daniels starts here. From cave spring water to sugar maple charcoal to smooth Tennessee whiskey. Made by those who pour everything into their craft. That's what makes Jack, Jack.
Tequila Herradura. Extraordinary awaits.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. And now you can race to victory with Twin Spires tournaments.
Please note, the main track here at Horseshoe Indianapolis now has been upgraded to fast. Main track, it's an old main track card, now fast.
your day just got a lot better. Why? I used to do this segment. I don't know if you've ever heard of it. I used to work for a place called TVG back in the day, and then it became Fangraphs or something a few years ago. I forget. But anyway, the segment I did was on a show called 58 Flat. It was the Matlock. I have not done the Matlock in, I don't know, 12, 13 years. It's been a while. The Matlock has returned. I'm bringing it back here to Horseshoe Indianapolis. Everyone loved Matlock, except for me, of course. I was 17 to 26 during the period that it ran on the air, so I was never home on Thursday evenings. But I hear it was a great show. My grandmother loved it. He dressed like Colonel Sanders. He wore the white suit, and I don't know who was a better lawyer, him or Perry Mason. It's a coin flip, and he was really good because his retainer back in the 80s was $100,000. Anyway, the Matlock is back, and race number 4, I thought was a good race for. It's a tough one, but Matlock, he's not afraid of anything. 6 furlongs. It's a 15-3X. It's essentially a 15 hours of 3 lifetime. Every horse in this race is a time winner. I'm going outside in this 3/4 of a mile, 6 furlong of event. Don't cross Alexis. Don't even think of it. The 9. You might look at her and say, okay, that last win was at Belterra Park. Not so fast. She won by 4.5 lengths in a 5-horse field. She was 3-1. She just blew away the 3-5 favorite, Tuta Bella, who ended up finishing 3rd in that race. If you're thinking, well, that was, again, maybe she doesn't like Horseshoe Indy. Okay, 2 starts back, she basically eased at Horseshoe Indy as the even money favorite against a better group. But 4 starts back, she went a very good 3rd at 16-1 at Horseshoe Indy. And the winner of that race, Hot Middles, that was her first of 4 consecutive wins. She's a very good Indiana bred for Tiana Richardsville. 82 buyers, multiple Indiana bred stakes winner, buyers usually between 80 and 85. I like the company lines for the 9. I like the strong win at Belterra Park. She's run well enough at Horseshoe Indy. She's drawn beautifully. She's going to show a lot of tactical speed. She's 4-1 morning line. Don't cross Alexis, the return of Matlock on a Thursday at Horseshoe Indy.
The horses call post right now for the 4th race. This Phillies Mare Sprint over the 6 furlongs, a field of 9, no program changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. Track now fast. Due in 2 minutes time. Less than 1 minute to post time. Less than a minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading for the Phillies Mare Sprint. First, Miss Pierre will be a double for Summer Pauly. I Forgot It came from last to first at 11-1. Rodney Prescott Artello's joined Miss Pierre. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. with Call Me Angel coming up. Now Call Me Christine in the lime. Brody Martinez claims the 7-pound apprentice allowance. Amir Mendoza here with Dan's Candy Girl drew 3. Dan's Candy Girl went in well. Alex Ashar with Parking Lot Pours to post 7, all 9 run. Irving Moncada with Bright Lady Day. Ashkenazi, Fernando de la Cruz swept the early double and one more. Alexander Crispin with Don't Cross Alexis. Main track now fast. Here comes the 4th. They're in the gate. And they're off. Don't Cross Alexis fast away. Dan's Candy Girl. Here's Call Me Angel with early interest. And on the outside is Ashkenazi. It's Don't Cross Alexis and Call Me Angel, who's made this bid to take the lead for Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. Call Me Angel leads by a half length to Don't Cross Alexis, staying right with her. And Ashkenazi is on the pulse of the pace as they make their way into the far turn. Then comes Dan's Candy Girl. Artello's in a white cap running in 5th. To the inside, Miss Pierre with Call Me Christine and Beaten for Pace. Bright Lady Day trails the Phillies Mare Sprint, 21.96. Fast track, and they round the far turn. It's Call Me Angel who's just in front. Don't Cross Alexis matching strides. And right there is Ashkenazi who joins the battle as they come past the quarter pole. Artello sweeping on the far outside with Dan's Candy Girl in 5th. Then Call Me Christine and Miss Pierre. Half mile 44.61 with Alexander Crispin. It's Don't Cross Alexis who has first run on them coming down to the final half furlong with Miss Pierre rallying with the rail for Summer Pauly. It's Don't Cross Alexis looking for the finish. Don't Cross Alexis, yes, by a long neck to Miss Pierre. Call Me Christine 3rd, and Parking Lot Pours rallied into the frame. One 10.13 after the distaff dash. 9.16 and bunch finish for 4th 9. Don't Cross Alexis 6-1 first. Number 1 Miss Pierre 6-1 second. Good effort 6. Call Me Christine at 4-1 was 3rd, and 4th is close. 4th is up to the judges. They were bunched there for the minors. Alexander Crispin here for Randy Klopp. Don't Cross Alexis at 6-1. The judges have posted number 5, Artella 4th, holding that over Parking Lot Pours, 9.165. There it is, Don't Cross Alexis, the 6-1 winner. Result official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner Circle, number 9, Don't Cross Alexis with Alexander Crispin. Don't Cross Alexis is a 4-year-old made filly by Twirling Candy. Out of the Dynasty Mare, Lady of the House, Randy Klopp trains for Grant Turner and Charles Turner. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections. Don't Cross Alexis takes out the Distaff Dash. 110.13 fast. Nine-one Exacta. Return 94.60, 50-cent trifecta. 916, $87.65. 3-9 double paid $143. 50-cent pick 3 capped off by number 9, Don't Cross Alexis. Paid $152.35. Ortella 4th, Parking Lot Pours 5th. 10-cent superfecta paid $152.30. All 9 ran. Fast track 110.13. All main track card, race 5 maiden. To be run on the main track at 5 furlongs for the maiden juvenile fillies dash. 5 furlongs. Scratch 4 Golden Sissy, 5 Joking Around. 8 Motown Foxy Brown, and the 9 Nebbiolo Star. Scratch 4, 5, 8 in the number 9. Number 2 True Silver JP, a change of jockey to Alex Ashar. Alex Ashar on to True Silver JP will make her bow over the 5 furlongs fast main track. Exacta trifecta superfecta. Double pick 3. Here's the big carryover of the day. 50-cent late fire 5 carryover. $78,886 low. 11.99% takeout daily. All main track card fast. Post time 4:16 to get your bets on. And they're off. Don't Cross Alexis, fast away. Dance Candy Girl. Here's Call Me Angel with early interest. And on the outside is Ashkenazi. It's Don't Cross Alexis and Call Me Angel, who's made this bid to take the lead for Marcelino Pavdoza Jr. Call Me Angel leads by a half length to Don't Cross Alexis, staying right with her. And Ashkenazi is on the pulse of the pace as they make their way into the far turn. Then comes Dance Candy Girl. Artello's in a white cap running in 5th. To the inside, Miss Pierre with Call Me Christine and Beaten for Pace. Bright Lady Day trails the Phillies Mare Sprint, 21.96. Fast track, and they round the far turn. It's Call Me Angel who's just in front. Don't Cross Alexis matching strides. And right there is Ashkenazi, who joins the battle as they come past the quarter pole. Artella sweeping on the far outside with Dance Candy Girl in 5th. Then Call Me Christine and Miss Pierre. Half mile 44.61 with Alexander Crispin. It's Don't Cross Alexis, who has first run on them, coming down to the final half furlong with Miss Pierre rallying with the rail for Summer Pauly. It's Don't Cross Alexis looking for the finish. Don't Cross Alexis, yes, by a long neck to Miss Pierre. Call Me Christine 3rd.
Fire 5 with mathematician. I am not. Just about 700,000 in the pool. Now I've set the over/under on this pick 4 at a lofty $385,000, and that's new money. So if we're able to get above that over on the $385,000, I put my stamp of approval on the line has been set. $385,000 new money in this Itoba pick 4, thankfully, because we do have a 75,000 plus carryover already in the pool waiting to be taken, and thankfully our pick 4 takeout is 15%, one of the lowest in the entire country as well. Many would venture to guess with a 2-1 winner in that first leg of the pick 5. I don't think there's going to be much separation between the payouts, really. I think the pick 5 and the pick 4 payouts are going to be separated by just a minuscule amount. We've seen it multiple times here this season at Horseshoe Indianapolis. If you do get a reasonable price in the first leg of the pick 5, there's nearly no discrepancy. So if you love the pick 5 in the manner that I do, I certainly would advise you to dive into this pick 4 pool as well. Scratch numbers 3 and 8 out of this upcoming allowance group. And this is a race that I frankly would have loved to go a little bit lighter than I opted to, but overall, this is a tough race. This is a challenging race. I think the question mark for me, I know Slam Dunk Justice is going to run well, very consistent sort down on the inside. The question is large pour. Tony Granitz, Santos Sanger, going to be aboard. Now, when Granitz has something live, he usually calls on Marcelino Pedroza Jr., Fernando de la Cruz. In fact, this horse has always been live, 5 for 6 in the top 3. He's always called their names when it's ready to rock and roll. Now, he gets Santos Sanger in the saddle. 11% with Santos Sanger. That's a little bit chilly. Large pour did take a while to get back to the races, but didn't come back to the races until May of last year. Only had 2 races, so certainly something's gone amiss. But those 2 races last year, in fact, even though they were not winning efforts, they were huge efforts. They were big efforts. In fact, the 3-year-old seasonal debut last year came against Older, stayed on with it very well. They ultimately got nailed on the line that day, and then they came back. They were bet down to odds on the dollar. They drifted out, ultimately re-rallied in the Gallop out, but couldn't go with Healing Waters. Since then, Healing Waters has rattled off multiple victories as well. So Large Pour may be hiding, maybe a little bit camera shy right now. You can just see those blinkers, cool, calm, and collected. But I'm hopeful that if we can get Large Pour home, certainly we might be pouring ourselves a large whiskey shot later on. And whatever you drink fits your fancy, whether it's a beer, whiskey, whatever, with a carryover, over $75,000 already in that pool. Pool that we're going to be monitoring for that $385,000 plus handle of new money. Large pours could be commenced tonight if you're able to navigate this sequence. But it's going to be tough to get around Slam Dunk Justice. This horse is in very good form right now for Gennaro Garcia. Southwest Racing Stables, a consistent sort who has recently turned into a horse who really likes to win races. Early on in the career was a little bit camera shy, but this season already 2 wins, 2 seconds to his name. And ran very well in defeat last time against Game Neutron. Dominated on a sloppy track. I'm sure the conditions didn't, or the ownership, connections was the word I was looking for. I'm sure the ownership didn't mind the rain that we had. This horse loves a wet track, but on a fast track is no worse for the wear. They are a horse with speed. They're likely going to duel with Large Pour from the outside. They're going to be down on the inside, thankfully, with the shortest way around the racetrack. And the last time they were drawn on the inside, they won and held on by a neck over some game foes and knee-deep Justice along with Oil Man, April 15th, earlier this season. So they have had success from the rail. Last race, they broke from the rail as well, and they got nailed on the final jump behind Neutron. We'll see if Slam Dunk Justice can keep this awesome career-best form in line. Pedroza Jr. aboard, as he has been the final 6 starts. 2-1, the horse to beat strictly. But some of the value in here is the bettors pile on to the 1 and the 10 is going to be illegal contact. Randy Klopp winning at 14%. That's surprisingly a chilly number for him. He's given way a little bit to Gennaro Garcia. Now, there's still many months to continue here at Horseshoe Indianapolis in this marathon season we do like to call home, going through mid-November. So Gennaro Garcia is certainly not out of the mix by any means, or excuse me, Randy Klopp is certainly not out of the mix by any means, but Gennaro's kind of snuck away. Illegal contact would give them another winner in here. Moncada going to be aboard. 4 wins from 15 starts, absolutely dominated an easier group last time out. July 28th, comes back on about 2.5 weeks rest, has been in good form, 2 seconds and a win, likes to be on the front end, but does not need the lead. Certainly is a candidate to sit just off those top 2. at 5-1. I think this is the value player in here. I'm going to be diving into that Itoba pick 4. I strongly would encourage you to do so as well. We've got a couple of singles for you to consider on that back end. We've got a horse with experience in horse 5, race 8. And then in the finale, we did scratch out, I believe, the 5. You might want to double check the 5. I believe came out of race 9 later on. So I'm going to single the 5 in race 8 as well as the 8 in race 9. I would always encourage you to consider 2 tickets. I'll use a couple of horses that I like in here. I'm going to single 2 different tickets, both the 5 in race 8 as well as the 8 in race 9. We're going to spread out, hope for some chaos in the upcoming 7th race. But the horses are in the saddling enclosure. The jockeys are getting the instructions. We're about 4 minutes away from seeing how this thing shakes out. $75,000 already in that carryover pool. In fact, $76,709 already in that carryover pool. The pool continues to increase with each and every click. I've set the over-under at $385,000. We'll see how it shakes out, but hopefully you are cashing an Itoba Pick 4 ticket when it's all said and done. Good luck.
The horses stepping onto the track now for the sixth race. This sprint for the Indiana Breds over the 6 furlongs. A field of 9. Scratch the 3,000s of Hopes and the 8 Cantarito. Scratch the 3 and the number 8 from the race card. No rider changes. Number 4, Trust the Word. 1 pound over the program weight. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta. This one features the 10-cent Grand High 5. First Pentafecta offered on the day. Double Pick 3. The $1 late pick 4 daily presented by Itoba. Carryover $76,709 on an all main track card fast. Get your wagers in. Due off. There, the reminder here in the sprint to carryover and the $1 Itoba late pick 4. $76,709. Fast track. Final minute to get your wagers in on the $1 Itoba late pick 4. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. with Slam Dunk Justice. Evan Roman ready to seize. The first 2 of 9 loaded. Jose Gutierrez with Stranger's Church. Irving Moncada with Illegal Contact. Stranger's Church drew post 2. First run of the year for Positive Change. Positive Change went in well. Alex Ashar would Trust the Word. Being led up to the gate. Sando Sanjor, large, pour loaded. Now Trust the Word. It's even money, Slam Dunk Justice. Was the first Indiana bred to move into the starting gate here over the 6 furlongs on a fast track. Out to 40-1 on Trust the Word. Here for the start to the $1 Itoba late pick 4. Carryover going in $76,709. Trust the Word. Now on the drift of 43-1 on Trust the Word. Slam Dunk Justice right now, the 6-5 favorite. 2 back. Mir Mendoza, Mike Cyclone, like Stranger's Church, both for John Harron. So stand by over a fast track, 1 more. Adios Ashwood, Alexander Crispin on the Thursday score sheet, all in line. Ready. Trust the Word, getting very fractious within the starting gate, was reluctant to load. Has drifted out to 46-1 and just unseated Alex Ashar. Trust the Word. The starter here, Oscar Quiroz, has put the button down and is walking toward the starting gate as they back some of them out. They're backing the horses out of the starting gate. A delay here. Now just into us here in the broadcast booth, confirming a late scratch on 4, Trust the Word. 33-1 at the time of this scratching from the sprint. All wagers here in race 6 on number 4, Trust the Word, refunds. There will be a 3 and 4 consolation double. 3-4 consolation double. Those using number 4, Trust the Word, in a multi-race wager. You'll now receive the post-time favorite as your substitute in multi-race wagers on the late scratch 4, Trust the Word. You can still get a wager in on the $1 Itoba late pick 4. There's the current pool, $286,406. It was $76,709 the carryover going in, starting here with the State Bred Sprint. Scratch 4, trust the word. So most of them reloading. All but Adios Ashwood had moved into the starting gate before the late scratch on 4. Trust the word. The 4 is now a non-runner. Slam Dunk Justice, Ready to Seize. Both back in line. Illegal Contact and Strangers Church coming back up. Even Money, Slam Dunk Justice. Marcelino Pedroza Jr. for Genaro Garcia. Large Pour to reload. Once again, Amir Mendoza, Mike Cyclone, and Strangers Church, the John Harron 2. 6 furlongs, late scratch on 4, Trust the Word, and one more. So stand by. Adios Ashwood, Alexander Crispin on our 4th of the day. If you're just tuning in, they're in the gate. They're off and sprinting. Illegal Contact quick to break the line with Large Pour, and they're headed off by Slam Dunk Justice, who's vying for the early lead for Marcelino Pedroza Jr. It's Slam Dunk Justice, quickly engaged by Large Pour, and these two in a battle for the run to the half-mile pole head-to-head. Strangers Church tracks them from 3rd with Illegal Contact in 4th. It's a break of 3 more. First run of the year for Positive Changes in the Black Silks, and joined out by Adios Ashwood. They have just over 3 furlongs to go. Mike Cyclone and No Speed from Ready to Seize, who's a long-looking last as they blaze around the far turn. 21.86 for the lead partner, and the battle ensues. Slam Dunk Justice and Large Pour, and they take this confrontation now past the quarter pole with Illegal Contact looking to close in. Strangers Church straightens away in 4th. Positive Change back in 5th. Mike Cyclone wide. Adios Ashwood and Ready to Seize has trailed. It's Large Pour, Slam Dunk Justice, and here's Illegal Contact, who's picking up now, coming past the 16th with Irving Moncada. Illegal Contact has taken the lead. Large Pour, and on the outside, Strangers Church looks to join Illegal Contact at the finish. Illegal Contact has won it by a neck to Strangers Church. Positive Change, making his 5-year-old seasonal bow, was 3rd from Large Pour, then farther back to Mike Cyclone and Slam Dunk Justice. $109.73 after the State Bred Sprint. 109.73. The judges have called for a win photo. It was 4-1 on 7, Illegal Contact, 6-1 on 2, Strangers Church. 3rd, Positive Change, Large Pour, Mike Cyclone, Slam Dunk Justice. We'll stand by for the judges' confirmation after the State Bred Sprint. 109.73, we tailed back to Ready to Seize. $318,705 for the $1 Itoba late pick 4 pool. They're the totals. It's gone to Illegal Contact first, 2 Strangers Church second, 9 Positive Change, making his first run of the year 3rd, 10 Large Pour 4th, and number 5 Mike Cyclone 5th. 7-2, 9-10-5 in frame. The result of race 6 official. The winning groom leading into the Murphy Trailer Sales winner circle, number 7, Illegal Contact, wins back-to-back under the hands of Irving Moncada. Illegal Contact is a 4-year-old big gelding by Mr. Speaker, and a 5-yard penalty by Consolidator, racing for Roger Speece's Speece Stable LLC and Brandy Klopp with a double on the day. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Illegal Contact. Takes out the sprint feature in 109.73. $7-2 exacta paid $51.20. 50-cent trifecta $7-2-9, $292.80. 3-7 double $32.60. Consolation 3-4 double. Return $7 even. Late scratch on 4. Trust the word. Large pour 4th. 10-cent superfecta. 7-2-9-10. $191 and change. Pick 3. $85.55. The 10-cent superfecta. The Grand High 5 featured on the State Bred Sprint. 7-2-9-10-5. Mike Cyclone 5th. That paid $1,869.74. 9 ran 109.73 after the running of race 6. 26 minutes away from race 7. That'll be a revised post time. Maiden is off the turf. Fast main track over the mile and 16th. Scratch 1, Spirit Moves Me. 5, Lazy Wild Legacy. Take out the 6, Beautiful McKinsey. Scratch number 9, La Bien La Mal. 13, OG Lemon Drop draws in, as does number 14, Saint Laurent. 13 and the 14, both will run in the maiden, the 13 and 14. 3, Mariposa Moon is a pound over the program weight, makes it there 114 corrected. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Once again, the 10-cent pentafecta featured on the maiden, double pick 3. Post time will now be at 5:32. We're in the gate. They're off and sprinting. Illegal Contact quick to break the line with Large Pour. And they're headed off by Slam Dunk Justice, who's vying for the early lead for Marcelino Pedroza Jr. It's Slam Dunk Justice, quickly engaged by Large Pour. And these two in a battle for the run to the half-mile pole head-to-head. Strangers Church tracks them from 3rd with Illegal Contact in 4th. It's a break of 3 more. First win of the year for Positive Changes in the Black Silks, and joined out by Adios Ashwood. They have just over 3 furlongs to go. Mike Cyclone and No Speed from Ready to Seize, who's a long-looking last as they blaze around the far turn. 21.86 for the lead part, and the battle ensues. Slam Dunk Justice and Large Pour, and they take this confrontation now past the quarter pole with Illegal Contact looking to close in. Strangers Church straightens away in 4th. Positive Change back in 5th. Mike Cyclone wide, Adios Ashwood, and Ready to Seize has trailed. It's Large Pour, Slam Dunk Justice, and here's Illegal Contact, who's picking up now, coming past the 16th with Irving Moncada. Illegal Contact has taken the lead. Large Pour, and on the outside, Strangers Church looks to join Illegal Contact at the finish. Illegal Contact has won it by a neck to Strangers Church. Positive Change making his 5-year-old in the gate.
you try and give them the best opportunity. And I don't know so much that it's just because it's girls, but you try to empower women because it is a very tough business. My dad, Jim Elliott, lives in Brookston. He bought a farm when I was a year old. So I grew up in it day to day. We come in, we usually make a schedule the night before of who's galloping, who's walking, and who goes to the Eurosizer. And then we have to get in touch with jock agents to schedule breezes for the jockeys. Someone comes in at 5 and feeds at 5 in the morning. Then we feed lunch around 11, 11:30. And then that's usually our day. And then we get ready for the races.
Definitely a man's world back here, but all of us women, we really band together. We have a really great community and we all support each other, and that means so much. There's so much emotion that goes into it when you do work that hard. You know, talent gets you very far at times, but when you put the hard work into it on top of it, it gets you places that you never thought you could go. You definitely have to work a little harder, but I think we also have an edge to us that not a lot of men have, and I like to take advantage of that as much as I can. Now I'm a jockey, living my dream.
It's a man's sport, for sure. Like, I think women, some people look at them and I think I'm a little more affectionate with my horses, more hands-on. You know, it's an industry where all your top trainers are men, so I think people look to that. I started underneath my grandpa, Calvin Prescott. Prior to that, I've always had horses in my life. I barrel raced. Went to college at Ball State, and then I got back into horses with my grandpa, and I think my own trainer's license was probably somewhere around 2003, maybe, something like that. Started out with just a few. Eventually, I started breeding my own horses, and now I'm up to, I don't even know, 40-something, so a lot.
Hola, mi nombre es Shenevely. Soy Jaguaker, trabajo con Michelle Elliott, tengo aproximadamente 2 años de estar trabajando acá, soy del país de Guatemala.
There's a lot more women in this business now than when I first started 35 years ago. Being a woman, other women feel threatened by you sometimes, so it's always a good idea to go chat with the ladies first. They're your biggest asset and your biggest allies. Women will stick together if you give them a shot.
In the last leg of the pick 5 on Rachel's ticket, of course, I had my top 3 in every single leg except the last leg, and the one of my horses that I didn't include won. And John said during the pre-race show, he goes, I'm a little worried about illegal contact, he said. But other than that, I think it's a great ticket. If the rest of these legs hit, I'm going to be drinking my sorrows away tonight. But let's talk about the 7th race, because there's been some nice payouts in the first 2 legs, some really good pools. Super excited to see how this is going to end. Maiden claiming filly mare 3-year-old and up for $10,000. This is going to be on the dirt. It was written for the grass, obviously, so a mile and a 16th on the now fast main track. Shout out to Tony Martinez, Oscar Quiros. I think our starter said it best, man. As much rain as we got on that track, you did an excellent job. Hot and sunny right now. Spirit Moves Me is out 5, 6, and the 9 are out of here. As you can see, both the 13 and 14 draw in, and the 14 is the current 5-2 favorite. I went with the 3 here on top, Mariposa Moon. The 3 right now is 6-1, and Micah Meeks is aboard. She's aboard here for Joe Davis, and she rides really well for him. I just had to pick, these 2 for a couple reasons. First of all, the last race that this horse ran was with Micah, but it was at a mile on the turf. I get it, but the numbers that this horse put up were just so impressive compared to the others in this group. I mean, there's just not a lot of big speed figures in here. With that being said, I went with the 3 in a maiden claiming for 10. That's what the race was last time, so we're a claim repeater here. So that was versus similar. Second start with trainer, always an improvement for most, but for Joe Davis, it's 22% on that second one that he gets a win. That's really good percentage. Then I'm going to go to the 4, Bobby's Workout. This one, I was a little bit worried. I was wanting the turf for this one, obviously, because it's ran okay on Poly. I mean, that 4th place finish was only beaten second. But that was a maiden claiming 75. Also missed the break there too. This horse has never ran on dirt though, so who knows? I'm definitely would have kept this filly in as well. Jose Gutierrez is aboard here for Michelle Elliott, and I'm just interested to see what this one is going to do. If it can get a nice clean break, and also trying dirt for the first time, I think that offers improvement. She's a really nice looking bay filly. Checking everything out. Definitely looks fit, looks ready to go. And I have all the faith in Michelle and Chili. And then the 10, here is my next selection, High Grace. This one's 7-2 right now on the tote board. High Grace gets the services of Mr. Walter Rodriguez as the jockeys are getting the leg up. I talked to you guys about Paulo Lobo. I mean, his horses that come here, he puts them and he spots them where they need to go. Now, this horse has not ran routing on dirt, routed on turf, routed on poly, and only sprinted on dirt. So I'm excited to see what 2 turns on dirt looks like for this 4-year-old filly by Daredevil. Paulo Lobo actually owns and trains this one. As the jockeys are getting the leg up and the horses are headed to the track, I'm going to go with the 3 here on top. 3, 4, 10 for me in the 7th race. Good luck.
The horses stepping onto the track now for the 7th race. This the 7th of 10 on the day. Fast Track. Taken off the turf course. Maiden here will be run on the main track over the mile and a 16th. 10 to start. Scratch 1, Spirit Moves Me. 5, Lazy Wide Legacy. 6, Beautiful Mackenzie. And take out number 9, La Bien the Mal. 3, Mariposa Moon is 1 pound over the program weight. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta. Maiden features the 10-cent Grand High 5, the Pentafecta wager. Double pick 3. Fast Track, 3 minutes to post time. The horses are approaching the starting gate, going down to the mile and 16th main track start for the maiden. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Mitchell Murrow with Alexis Hope. Walter Rodriguez, High Grace, to join Alexis Hope. Micah Meeks with Mariposa Moon. Has taken her position within the starting gate. Joseph Bimmer with This Little Light. This Little Light loaded. Jose Gutierrez with Bobby's Workout. Angel Serpa partners Shadoni. Shadoni went in well. Alexander Crispin with Go Eve Go. Coming up to her spot. OG Lemon Drop. Irving Moncada has a win on the card. 2 back. Sammy Ramirez with Miss Monroe County. Stand by, one more. Alex Achar with Saint Laurent. Over the mile and 16th on a fast track. We did see the sun today. They're in the gate. And they're off. Miss Monroe County out to an alert start. This Little Light with early interest. Alexis Hope toward the inside. Bobby's Workout. And here's an early bid by Saint Laurent, who's 4 wide as they charge into the first turn. Nearest the inside, it's Bobby's Workout. To the early lead for Jose Gutierrez, and they have 7 furlongs to run. Aiming for Bobby's Workout, who's made the lead from This Little Light, who's gone second, from Miss Monroe County, third and well up as these leaders go to the back of the track. Alexis Hope settles with the rail, joined out by Saint Laurent in a green cap, who's now making headway for Alex Achar. And then comes High Grace, who's in between horses, the quarter 23.76 seconds. Going up the back of the track, Go Eve Go is racing on the extreme outside. Mariposa Moon with OG Lemon Drop. In fact, Go Eve Go is now dropped back to last. The quarter was 23.76, and Bobby's Workout leads them. It's Bobby's Workout by a half length. To a close-up, This Little Light and Miss Monroe County between them. Alexis Hope with the rail, Saint Laurent, and High Grace looking to thread through in between horses as they enter the far turn. Chidoni's on the far outside. We come back to Mariposa Moon with OG Lemon Drop, and Go Eve Go is 10th. Half mile, 5 ticks over 49. They're coming toward the quarter pole. Shadoni with a blitz to the lead for Angel Serpa, and it's long odds Shadoni as they turn for home from This Little Light with Miss Monroe County. And on the outside, looking to gain ground, here comes a bid by High Grace after 3 quarters. In 1 minute 13.79 seconds, High Grace descends on Shadoni toward the inside, slipping through Alexis Hope. Miss Monroe County's 4th, This Little Light 5th, Mariposa Moon 6th, OG Lemon Drop is 7th. They're close to home with Mitchell Murrow. It's Alexis Hope in at 10-1 by 3. High Grace was the runner-up, Shadoni 3rd, and Miss Monroe County finished 4th, from This Little Light 5th, and then Mariposa Moon and OG Lemon Drop, they were the next 2 home. 146.44 after the maiden. Unofficial 210, 12, 8, 11 runs fifth to Alexis Hope. 10-1 first. Number 10, High Grace at 7-2 on the runner-up. Number 12, Shadoni, 17-1 third. The 8, Miss Monroe County, 4-1 fourth, and 11, This Little Light was fifth. Mitchell Murrell getting on the Thursday score sheet. Third to last leg for the 50-cent late fire 5. And a 10-1 on Alexis Hope out to the maiden ranks. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner Circle, the 2, Alexis Hope with Mitchell Murrell. Alexis Hope is a 3-year-old chestnut filly by Improbable. The Curlin mare, Avery Blake. Tomas Medina trains for Blanca Salazar. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Alexis Hope. Takes the maiden at 10-1, 210, 12, 8, and 11 for the Pentafecta. It's official. $210 exacta paid $106.40. 50-cent trifecta, $322.55. The Pentafecta will carry over to race 8 for $4,547. So now a fourth carryover on the card. Race 8, Mid and Juvenile Fillies Sprint, Scratch 7, Birdie's World. 7, Birdie's World scratched, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3, and that Pentafecta carryover, $4,547. It remains a fast track here as the lights power up. Post time 6:04. Did see the sun today. They're in the gate. And they're off. Miss Monroe County out to an alert start. This Little Light with early interest. Alexis Hope toward the inside. Bobby's Workout. And here's an early bid by Saint Laurent, who's 4 wide as they charge into the first turn. Nearest the inside, it's Bobby's Workout. To the early lead for Jose Gutierrez, and they have 7 furlongs to run. Aiming for Bobby's Workout, who's made the lead from This Little Light, who's gone second, from Miss Monroe County third and well up as these leaders go to the back of the track. Alexis Hope settles with the rail, joined out wide by Saint Laurent in a green cap, who's now making headway for Alex Achar. And then comes High Grace, who's in between horses, the quarter 23.76 seconds. Going up the back of the track, Go Eve Go is racing on the extreme outside. Mariposa Moon with OG Lemon Drop. In fact, Go Eve Go has now dropped back to last. The quarter was 23.76, and Bobby's Workout leads them. It's Bobby's Workout by a half length. To a close-up, This Little Light and Miss Monroe County between them. Alexis Hope with the rail, Saint Laurent, and High Grace looking to thread through in between horses as they enter the far turn. Chidoni's on the far outside. We come back to Mariposa Moon with OG Lemon Drop, and Go Eve Go is 10th. Half mile, 5 ticks over 49. They're coming toward the quarter pole. Chidoni with a blitz to the lead for Angel Serpa, and it's long odds Chidoni as they turn for home from This Little Light with Miss Monroe County. And on the outside, looking to gain ground, here comes a bid by High Grace after 3 quarters. In 1 minute 13.79 seconds, High Grace descends on Chidoni toward the inside, slipping through Alexis Hope. Miss Monroe County's 4th, This Little Light 5th, Mariposa Moon 6th, Audrey Lemon Drop is 7th. They're close to home with Mitchell Murrell. It's Alexis Hope in a 10-1 by 3. High Grace was the runner-up, Chidoni 3rd, and Miss Monroe County finished 4th from This Little Light. We did see the sun. Here's a late scratch from this upcoming 8th race. Now scratch number 8, Flamemaker. Number 8, Flamemaker has now been scratched. That just in from the stewards. All wagers here on 8, Flamemaker refunds. 2 and 8 will be a consolation double. 2-8 consolation double. Those using 8, Flamemaker, who was 20-1 at the time of the scratch. Multi-race wagers on 8, Flamemaker now transferred to the post-time favorite. 2 and 8 for the consolation double. There was a pentafecta carryover, $4,547. Race 8 due at 6:04.
We have an update to the schedule, ladies and gentlemen. Due to some inclement weather, we did have to reschedule a couple of our premier races that we were going to have. They've been moved to Saturday, August 22nd. First post is noon. We've added this makeup day of racing for the canceled card that we had on Wednesday, August 12th. Please join us Saturday, August 22nd for our premier racing card featuring the $100,000 Ellen's Lucky Star and the snack. Good luck.
And results are in for today's BA's Hat Trick Contest. Congratulations to our top shelf winner, George Smith. Thank you to everyone for participating in today's BA's Hat Trick Contest. I'm going to start this one with Bet Mitch Get Rich, ladies and gentlemen, in that last race. He wins for Tom Medina, 2360 in here. Got to give a shout out to Ed DeRosa who created that hashtag Bet Mitch Get Rich. And that is how I'm going to segue like the professional John G. Dooley I am into my top selection, the 5 in here, which is the 2-1 favorite. I don't know if you're going to get rich off of this Mitch Merle mount, but we're going to try here. Ghost Story for Mr. Bob Gorham. If you look, the debut was with Mitchell aboard, and he ended up getting a second, a very nice second in a 10-horse field. Oh my gosh, there's horses. Woohoo! So yes, very nice horse, very nice debut. You can't ask for anything else. A safe trip, a good break, and a nice finish for a debut. Now, of course, you could ask for a win, but if I were a trainer, I would be tickled to death with that. Ghost Story has ran that race in July 27th. Doesn't have any work since then, but they're putting her back in where I think is a very nice spot. And she's a 2-year-old filly by Matoli. She's bred by Swifty Farms. And Marion, who is Bob's sister, owns this one. And then the 4, Hoosier Surprise, is my next selection, 5-2 on the tote board. Hoosier Surprise is a 2-year-old filly by Country House. Richard Perkins is bred and owned, and Mr. Tony Granite's trains. Excited to see what this firster from Tony Granite's is going to do here. So let's talk about the breeding. The sire, Country House, has a 19% sire win with first-time starters. Sort of a smaller sample, but still definitely something to keep in mind. The dam has produced a winner, and that winner was the stakes winner, 23% with 2-year-olds. Tony does great with maidens, wonderful on the grass. We don't have that today, so I think he's going to be successful with the babies. I just think she's set up here with Marcelino Pedroza aboard, definitely for the best debut, and hopefully she gets what I just described as all you can ask for. I hope she breaks well, gets a good safe trip around, and has a nice finish and shows us a little something. And then we're going to go to the 6th, Miss Resilient. First of all, I love this name. Resilient is my middle name. No, I'm just kidding. Miss Resilient is a 2-year-old filly by Volatile. I've said it once, I'll say it again. I think Violence was one of the most gorgeous, physically
sires I've ever seen. And he's just got one of those gorgeous faces, and volatile, just also sires, beautiful babies. They have good conformation. This is a 2-year-old filly by Volatile, Midnight Loot Dam, Swifty Farms bred, Gennaro trains and owns. I always tell you guys, keep your eye on which ones Gennaro owns and trains. It's definitely something that I've. All right, you guys, just down the pipe. I hate to be that news anchor that listens to her ear very quickly, but Aaron just jumped in there and said that Eric said we're going to hold him in the paddock just for a minute. I don't know if you guys want to show like the other angle so people can kind of see. It's gotten dark, the sun's gone away, and we do have a little bit on the radar. I think Eric just wants to make sure that the lightning is not anywhere close, because that is his number one priority, the safety of the horses and the safety of our jockeys. So we're going to go ahead and just take a break. So let me finish talking about my horses real quick while we see what this storm's going to do. Like I said, Miss Resilient. I went on and waxed poetically about Volatile and violence. Now I'm on to waxing poetically about Gennaro Garcia, who I've got to tell you guys, now that I have a minute to chitty chat, he is one of the most professional men I worked with. He just carries himself professionally. He always looks professional. He always acts professional. He's done nothing but speak to everyone with respect. He's got so many horses, and he's so talented as a trainer. The percentages wise, though, in this group, the first time blinkers percentage is the highest for him in this particular race. But we're talking about babies, 2-year-old maidens on the dirt. Adding blinkers, I think, is going to be the one. Now, Amir Mendoza, I also can wax poetic on. I haven't even got to talk to him very much, but just his riding is so impressive since he's come here full time. He's ridden here a few times in the past, especially last year, but he has been on a tear, really. In the last 16 starts, we are going to look at 9 of 16 together, Gennaro and Amir. 5th place was kind of an even finish there out of a 10-horse field. But again, babies, and I've told you guys, they just honestly need the experience. A horse does something once and you can practice it, but it's always better the second time. That's just their nature. So, of course, it's a huge plus in their column when they have a second out, like my 5 and Mitchell Merrill did. Go Story, but I'm not going to knock this one at all. We're going on to the 2. I think we're going to take a little bit of a break here. I might be back to talk about some of these horses, but let's take a few minutes to look at the weather. We are going to keep them in the paddock to monitor the situation, and myself or Mr. John G. Dooley will be back to update you guys on what's going on with this weather. And I want to wish a very happy birthday to Aunt Laura. Sorry, Laura, that your niece, Courtney, did not tell me your last name. But if you're her aunt, then I'm just going to go with Paquette, as Ray Paquette is her brother and does have her horse in the next race, the 10, Oak Valley. So good luck, Laura, and happy birthday to you here from all your friends at Horseshoe Indy Racing.
The main track here at Horseshoe Indianapolis remains labeled fast after a short weather delay. Paddock Judge Brandy Bell with a call for riders up. After a short weather delay, stepping onto the fast track for the 8th race. This is the 8th of 10. Maiden Juvenile Filly sprint over the 5 furlongs, a field of 8. Scratch number 7, Birdie's World. Number 7, Birdie's World has been scratched. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. There is a carryover. This is our 4th carryover of the day. The pentafecta carried over from race 7 for $4,547. That's the 10-cent grand high five. Pentafecta carryover at $4,547. This starts the $5 last call thoroughbred double and final pick 3 featured of the day. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Pentafecta carryover. There it is. $4,547. $5,169 in the new pool here for the Pentafecta arriving. At the gate, they're going in. Alexander Crispin with Gio's Gorgeous Girl has the rail draw in her bow. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. with Hoosier Surprise joins Gio's Gorgeous Girl. Ghost Story would be a double for Mitchell Murrell. Evan Roman with Can't Fool April, Troop 2. Amir Mendoza, Miss Resilient coming up. Miss Resilient loaded. Irving Moncada with Gorgeous Grayson, Drew 3. And Dante Zaloa, No Ceiling, one of the 6 first-time starters at 5 furlongs fast track pulled in. They're off and sprinting. Ghost Story was slow to go, drops back to last. Gorgeous Grayson rockets away for Irving Moncada to take the early lead. Gorgeous Grayson dashing past the half-mile pole from Miss Resilient, and No Ceilings on the pulse of the pace toward the inside. Can't Fool April is running in 4th. Hoosier Surprise, Orange and the Blue Hoops, is next in 5th as they round the far turn, with slow-starting Ghost Story running second to last, and finally Gio's Gorgeous Girl. The quarter 22.85 seconds. These maiden 2-year-old fillies make their way past the quarter pole. Gorgeous Grayson just leads. Right there, Miss Resilient No Ceiling trying to stay this pace on the far outside. Toward the inside, Hoosier Surprise coming with a bid, and Can't Fool April has the rail. It's Miss Resilient who swept ahead for Amir Mendoza, lugging in, but racing clear now. Miss Resilient opens up a margin on between fillies. Hoosier Surprise with toward the inside, Gorgeous Grayson who's running on. No Ceiling and Can't Fool April. Miss Resilient has scored the winning run by 3 from Gorgeous Grayson. Hoosier Surprise was third, then No Ceiling and Can't Fool April. $59.88 after the maiden juvenile fillies dash. 6 Miss Resilient 9-2 at second asking. 3 Gorgeous Grayson with Hoosier Surprise. No Ceiling and Can't Fool April. Amir Mendoza here. For leading trainer Gennaro Garcia. Southwest Racing Stables win. One of the top ownerships here this season. It's Miss Resilient, the daughter of Volatile, at second asking. The judges have posted number 3, Gorgeous Grayson, second in the maiden. Number 4, Hoosier Surprise at 3-1 third, 9-2 on top. 9, No Ceiling, 8-1 fourth, and 2, Can't Fool April. One of the 6 first-time starters getting into the Pentafecta. So it's 6-3, 4-9-2. Hold on until official. Result official. Returning to the winner's circle, number 6, Miss Resilient, with Amir Mendoza. Miss Resilient is a 2-year-old gray roan filly by Volatile out of the Midnight Lootmare French Legacy for Gennaro Garcia's Southwest Racing Stables Incorporated. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Miss Resilient out to the maiden juvenile fillies ranks. Paid 9-2. 6-3 exacta, $43.20. No Ceiling was fourth. 10-cent superfecta. 6-3-4-9 netted $24.64. 50-cent pick 3, $162.45. 50-cent trifecta. 6-3-4, $36.55. 2-6 double, $172.60. There was a consolation 2 and 8 double. Flamemaker was scratched from the maiden for $21.40. And the 10-cent Pentafecta paid $142.21. 59.88. "17 minutes away, the 9th off the turf. Main track at 1 mile and 70 yards. Scratch 1, 'tis wine time. Take out 6, Denise says no. 7, Velasquez Promise also has been scratched, and take out 11, More Sweets. Scratch 1, 6, 7, and the number 11. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, pentafecta. Final double of the day. Post time will be 6:38. Just to remind all of our Horseshoe Indianapolis fans, no live racing Friday, Saturday, Sunday, nor Monday. Upcoming race week will feature Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday cards from 2:10. Join us a week from this Saturday. A card edit on Saturday, August 22. Special post time on the 22nd of this month will be at noon. Back on Tuesday, though, from 2:10. Here comes Mid and Juvenile Fillies race replay. Starters at 5 furlongs, fast track, hold in. They're off and sprinting. Ghost Story was slow to go, drops back to last. Gorgeous Grayson rockets away for Irving Moncada to take the early lead. Gorgeous Grayson dashing past the half-mile pole from Miss Resilient, and no ceilings on the pulse of the pace. Toward the inside, Canful April is running in 4th. Hoosier Surprise, Orange and the Blue Hoops, is next in 5th as they round the far turn, with slow starting Ghost Story running second to last, and finally Geo's Gorgeous Girl. The quarter 22.85 seconds. These maiden 2-year-old fillies make their way past the quarter pole. Gorgeous Grayson just leads. Right there, Miss Resilient. No ceiling trying to stay this pace on the far outside. Toward the inside, Hoosier Surprise coming with a bid, and Canful April has the rail. It's Miss Resilient who swept ahead for Amir Mendoza. Lugging in, but racing clear now. Miss Resilient opens up a margin on between fillies. Hoosier Surprise went toward the inside. Gorgeous Grayson, who's running on. No ceiling and Canful April. Miss Resilient has scored the winning run by 3 from Gorgeous Grayson. Hoosier Surprise was third. Then no ceiling. Starters at 5 furlongs, fast track, hold in. Results and prices after the running of race 8, the maiden juvenile fillies sprint. Fast track 59.88, 13 minutes away from the 9th. Once again, fast track over the 1 mile and 70 yards. Number 5, She's Chloe, has also been scratched from the 9th race ahead. Scratched the 1-5, 6-7, and the number 11, all non-runners.
In race 9 at Horseshoe Indianapolis today, we've got an intriguing lineup. This race favors frontrunners, so horses with strong early pace ratings have an advantage. Here's how things are shaping up. Number 10, Oak Alley. With a spotlight rating of 88, Oak Alley stands out for her overall performance potential in this frontrunner race. This filly is trained and co-owned by Ray Paquette. Sammy Bermudez is in the irons again today. They were third together last out on the turf. She's ran well on and off track in the past. Hopefully that form will show up here today. Number 4, Cavatelli. Her early pace rating of 91 makes her a strong contender for setting the pace early. Rogelio Labra trains and has named hot jock Alex Achard as her jockey. This is his first time riding her, and the jockey change might help make a difference. My only concern is the distance today. Number 9, Wella. High percentage trainer Anna Navarrete has found a good spot for this filly. She has a 27% win clip and 55% in the money when she brings horses here to Indiana. Wella should benefit from a drop down in class today. She boasts a spotlight rating of 86, making her a solid choice despite being disadvantaged in early speed. Good luck in race 9 and good luck to those who are alive in the last leg of the pick 5 and pick 4.
Here they come. Stepping onto the track for the 9th race. This is another taken off the turf course here on Thursday afternoon. 1 mile and 70 yards and a fast main track, 1 mile, 70 yards. Now 6 of them run. Scratch 1, 'Tis Wine Time. 5, She's Chloe, has been withdrawn. Scratch 6, Denise Says No. 7, Velasquez Promise. And scratch number 11, More Sweets. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Final double of the day. 10th race, we had no scratches and no rider changes there in the quarter horse finale. That over the 350 yards. Fast track, due in 2 minutes time. There's no 10-cent Grand High 5 Pentafecta featured here. Fast track, scratch 1567, and the number 11. The horses are approaching the starting gate, going down to the 1 mile, 70-yard start. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Don't Look Back will be a double for Amir Mendoza. Gabriel Saez with Silent Strike has joined Don't Look Back. Dreaming Collect, Fernando de la Cruz with a couple of wins on the card. Sando Sanjor with Wella. Now Alex Ashar with Cavatelli. It's to cap off the late pick 4 and pick 5 featured on the card. Fast Track and one more Semi Bermudez with O'Galley. 1 of 4 this taken off the turf course. Fast Track, they're in the gate. They're off. Cavatelli broke sharply there for Alex Ashar. Width toward the inside, Dreaming Collect going for an early challenge on Cavatelli as they make their way toward the first turn with Fernando de la Cruz. It's Dreaming Collect to the early lead from a close-up Cavatelli, and right there is a Silent Strike. Running third as they make this first turn run. Don't Look Back's in the green cap, while racing a length and a half in front of Oak Alley, who's second to last, and Wella trails the Sextet. It's Dreaming Collect has locked up the lead through a quarter and just a tick under 24 on this Fast Track. It's Dreaming Collect who leads Cavatelli by 3/4 length. Don't Look Back is 3 deep for Amir Mendoza making this backstretch run. Gabriel Saez and Silent Strike looking to make inroads on the leader from the rail. With Semi Bermudez, Oak Alley is running second to last into the hands of Sando Sanjor. Weller remains last to the 6. Dreaming Collect from Cavatelli, Don't Look Back, Silent Strike, Oak Alley, and Wello remains last to the lot. Half mile for Dreaming Collect, led through 48.23 for the middle part. They enter the far turn, just a smidge over 3 furlongs to go. And to track Dreaming Collect down, it's Dreaming Collect doing this nicely, coming toward the quarter pole. Cavatelli being ridden to assert by Alex Ashar. Don't Look Back is right there in scoring range. Silent Strike is also handy, as well as just picked up Oak Alley as they turn for home. 3/4, 1 minute 12.34 seconds. Here they come. And sweeping is Don't Look Back. And it's taken the lead from Cavatelli. Dreaming Collect led, but is dropped back. Wella on the outside. Toward the rail is Oak Alley. They come past the 16th. It's a game, Cavatelli. Cavatelli and Don't Look Back. And these two nip and tuck to the finish. Don't Look Back just has gained the advantage and wins. With Amir Mendoza, Don't Look Back over Cavatelli at the finish. Wella and Oak Alley finish fourth. $142.33. The judges have called for a photo. One of 4 taken off the Caesars course here. This to cap off the late Fire 5 and $1 late pick 4 presented by Itoba. 7-2 on 8, Don't Look Back. 14-1 on 4, Cavatelli. 9, Wella, 8-5. Favorite runs third after 1 mile and 70 yards. And 10, Oak Alley at 5-2 fourth. There was no Pentafecta featured. Don't Look Back. Amir Mendoza makes it a quick double on the day. Here for John Harron and Harron Thoroughbreds. Another win this season. Leading owner Silks at the meet for Harron Thoroughbreds at 7-2. Don't Look Back. Caps the late Fire 5. Result official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales winner circle, number 8, Don't Look Back. A running double for Amir Mendoza. Don't Look Back is a 5-year-old dark bear brown mare by Heartspun. To be loped by Gone West for Heron Thoroughbreds LLC of John Heron. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Don't Look Back, paid 7-2. Results in 8-4 exacta 98.20, 50-cent trifecta paid 169.40. 6-8 $5 last call double 125.50. Oak Alley was 4th. 10-cent superfecta 8-4 9-10 $58.79. Pick 3 $245.05. The $1 Itoba late pick 4 4-4. Return $5,370.10. 50-cent late fire 5 after the low 11.99% takeout featured daily. 5 out of 5. And that big carryover going in, $6,313.30 pays out the late fire 5. 142.33. One more. 15 minutes away from a quarter horse dash over the 350. Fast track, no scratches, no rider changes. 2 Nitro Beach plus 5. 3 Grano de Oro pound over up to 129 there corrected. 5 GV Little Guy plus 2 pounds. And that's it. All 7 run. Exacta trifecta superfecta and the 10-cent quarter horse pentafecta. It's on at 7:03. The gate. They're off. Cavatelli broke sharply there for Alex Ishar. Width to the inside. Dreaming Collect going for an early challenge on Cavatelli as they make their way toward the first turn with Fernando de la Cruz. It's Dreaming Collect to the early lead from a close-up Cavatelli. And right there is a Silent Strike. Running third as they make this first turn run. Don't Look Back's in the green capo. Racing a length and a half in front of Oak Alley, who's second to last, and Wella trails the sextet. It's Dreaming Collect has locked up the lead through a quarter and just a tick under 24 on this fast track. It's Dreaming Collect who leads Cavatelli by 3/4 length. Don't Look Back is 3 deep for Amir Mendoza making this backstretch run. Gabriel Saez and Silent Strike looking to make inroads on the leader from the rail. With Semir Bermudez, Oak Alley is running second to last into the hands of Santo Sanjor. Weller remains last to the 6. Dreaming Collect from Cavatelli, Don't Look Back, Silent Strike, Oak Alley, and Weller remains last to the lot. Half mile for Dreaming Collect, led through 48.23 for the middle part. They enter the far turn, just a smidge over 3 furlongs to go. And to track Dreaming Collect down. It's Dreaming Collect doing this nicely, coming toward the quarter pole. Cavatelli being ridden to assert by Alex Ishar. Don't Look Back is right there in scoring range. Silent Strike is also handy, as well as just picked up Oak Alley as they turn for home. 3/4, 1 minute 12.34 seconds. Here they come. And sweeping is Don't Look Back. And it's taken the lead from Cavatelli. Dreaming Collect led, but is dropped back. Wella on the outside. Toward the rail is Oak Alley. They come past the 16th. It's a game, Cavatelli. Cavatelli and Don't Look Back. And these two nip and tuck to the finish. Don't Look Back just has gained the advantage and wins. With Amir Mendoza, Don't Look Back over Cavatelli.
think I'm alone in saying I'm kind of glad that we're closing out this dreary, rain-laden week at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and we'll be back Tuesday, hopefully with much better weather for next week and the weeks to come. I appreciate everybody's patience. Certainly wasn't easy for any of the horsemen, any of the racing office staff, especially the track maintenance. They did an amazing job. Anyway, let's talk about today's finale. It's a 19,500 quarter horse allowance. These are registered Indiana breds, 3-year-olds and up, and it's for non-winners of 2. So we got some quality in this race. Fairly short field, but I think you're going to see a nice effort as they go into the track, 350-yard distance. All right, I'm going to begin with number 6, and that's One Grand Eagle, one of 2 entrants, trained by our leading quarter horse conditioner, and that's Tim Eggleston, 42% in the money, and just knocking them, just completely doing an amazing job with his 2-year-olds, 3-year-olds, everybody. And I think One Grand Eagle has a good shot. Sue Belden's homebred, sired by This Is an Eagle, exits a runner-up finish on July 7th under Eduardo Diaz. He's our current leading rider. There was a pretty good effort. His numbers have been good, and I think a breakthrough is imminent today in our finale. How about number 4, Beach Feature? 4-year-old mare by Escondido Beach makes her 13th lifetime start for Shauna Martin. Now, this mare has run in 2 overnight stakes. Usually the purse is about $3,400. So this is a little bit of a drop in class. She certainly seems like she can get the job done. And Shauna is going to give a leg up to Giovanni Flores Munoz, who's been riding pretty well for the barn. Anyway, good luck to Beach Feature, but I do want to give a shout out personally to Shauna. It was a really cool day for her last Saturday, and our all quarter horse day when we ran trials for the QHRAI Stallion Service Auction and Derby, and she qualified what I think I remember talking about, a lightly raced filly who really did the job for her, and it was HHK. Oh, I messed it up last Saturday. I messed it up again. HH Julie K. And she qualified for the $247,000 futurity. So it's really awesome. She's a filly by Just Being Valiant, secured one of the top 10 spots, which is all you need to do to get into that final, for owner and breeders Larry Carter and John Myers. Way to go, Shauna. And thanks for the really cute post you put on Facebook, which you talked about me. I got a big kick out of it. Thanks, Shauna. All right, let's go next to number 2, and that's Nitro Beach, also trained by Eggleston, one of the more lightly raced runners in this field, bred by Sherry Miller. It's a gelding by Escondido Beach, qualified for the very tough Harley Green Derby earlier this season. Ooh, our 3-year-olds are crazy good. And that took place on May 30th. Rolando Pena is up, even though didn't really make too much of an impact in the $100,000 Harley Green. I wouldn't ignore Nitro Beach today. And then my last horse to take a look at would be number 1, Moonin' to the Jazz, 3-year-old gelding by Encore. He'd been competitive for conditioner Jesse Vasquez, qualified for the 2025 Gordon Mobley Futurity. That was last year's first Futurity of the year. And ran 3rd at this allowance level on July 6th. Jesse does have another horse in the race, and Giovanni Vasquez is going to ride that horse, but I kind of like Moonin' to the Jazz, and I like the fact that she's given Christian Penaloza an opportunity to ride for her barn. He's really doing well this season. So 6-2-4-1 for me. We will be back on Tuesday, and definitely want to remind you that our next all quarter horse day with all those stake finals that I was talking about is coming up on Saturday, August 29th at 10:45 a.m. I'll be there in person to work with Rachel and John G. Dooley. We're going to have a terrific day crowning champions on Saturday, August 29th. All right, thanks for staying with us. Have a good evening and a good weekend. We'll see you back Tuesday.
The horses stepping onto the track for the 10th race to close out the card and the race week here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. This quarter horse dash over the 350. Fast track, no wind, all 7 run. Overweights, 2 Nitro Beach +5, 3 Grano d'Oro plus a pound, and 5 GV Little Guy, 2 pounds over. And that's it. All 7 run. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta and the 10-cent quarter horse Pentafecta featured here. 350 yards, all 7 run. The horses are approaching the starting gate. At the gate, it is now post time. Christian Penaloza with Moon into the Jazz. The first of the 7 to move into the starting gate here over the 350 yards. Roland de Pina with Nitro Beach. Hugo Macias with Grano d'Oro coming up. Giovanni Flores Munoz, Beach Feature, has taken her spot. Grano d'Oro has drawn 3. Giovanni Vasquez Gomez, GV Little Guy. GV Little Guy went in well. Grano d'Oro. 2 back. 1 Grand Eagle for the quarter horse meet leaders. Mordolan Diaz for Tim Eggleston. 1 more. Alberto Cerrone with Runaway Deluxe, Tuesday post time, 2:10 p.m. Eastern. Last of the day, 350 yards all in. Off the Thursday finale. GV Little Guy out to a rip-roaring start along with Runaway Deluxe over here on the stand side. Moon into the Jazz. Nitro Beach now holds the rail. Grano d'Oro with Beach Feature and 1 Grand Eagle is well back inside the final 110. And it's Moon into the Jazz with Christian Penaloza. Moon into the Jazz to win it from Runaway Deluxe with Grano d'Oro in a photo Beach Feature. GV Little Guy, then Nitro Beach and 1 Grand Eagle after the 350 yards. Here it is from the judges. Unofficial. 17345. Number 1, Moon Into the Jazz at 2-1 first. Number 7, Runaway Deluxe, 20-1 second. Number 3, Grano d'Oro, 15-1 third. 3-1 4, Beach Feature fourth. And number 5, GV Little Guy, 15-1, getting into the frame for the quarter horse Pentafecta. 18.047 after the 350. Fast Track. Final favorite, 1 Grand Eagle, was last of 7. So it's gone to Moon Into the Jazz, Christian Penaloza for Jesse Vasquez and Daryl Murray. Moon Into the Jazz, 2-1. The second choice wins. Result official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle. 1 Moon Into the Jazz with Christian Penaloza. The winner, a 3-year-old brown gelding by Encore out of Jazz by Moonlight. Jesse Vasquez trains her owner Daryl Murray. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Moonin to the Jazz. $1.7 exacta, $59.80. 50-cent trifecta, 173, 189.50. The double paid $65.60, 10-cent superfecta, $285.26. Beach Feature was fourth. Pick 3 capped off by Moon Into the Jazz, $95.70. The 10-cent quarter horse Pentafecta paid $650.95. GV Little Guy ran fifth. Fast Track 18.047 seconds. That concludes our live racing program for today. We thank all that joined us here on track. And cheers to all who tuned in and wagered on us here today as we had those carryovers on the card. Terrific handle here on Thursday at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and we certainly appreciate all who've tuned in to YouTube. Over 11,000 subscribers. Hope you're already subscribed to our YouTube channel at Horseshoe Indianapolis Racing. No live racing here Friday, nor over the weekend, nor on Monday. Next live race card, that'll be on Tuesday, and Tuesday post time will be at 2:10 p.m. here in town. Until then, for all of us at Horseshoe Indianapolis, it's been my pleasure for the broadcast booth today. For now, track announcer John G. Dooley saying good night. Off the Thursday finale, GV Little Guy out to a rip-roaring start, along with Runaway Deluxe over here on the stand side. Moon Into the Jazz. Nitro Beats now holds the rail. Grano d'Oro with Beach Feature, and 1 Grand Eagle is well back inside the final 110, and it's Moon Into the Jazz with Christian Penaloza. Moon Into the Jazz to win it from Runaway Deluxe with Grano d'Oro in a photo Beach Feature.